Hey, dear colleagues and friends, welcome to Moldova State University. It's time to start our advanced training course. I am pleased to welcome you, all of you, at the Moldova State University at the advanced training course entitled Monitoring and Protection of Critical Infrastructure by Unmanned Systems. This ATC explores during the period from today to June 4th the issues of monitoring and protection of critical infrastructure through an interdisciplinary approach, such as considering the influence of natural events, technical failure, and human error, as well as intentional acts of terrorism crime over. I am pleased to introduce you to our NATO country co-director, Professor Pasquale Da Ponte. Professor Da Ponte was our leader promoting this project for a long time, and we have a long-lasting cooperation. And it's a good honor for me to thank Professor Da Ponte for his cooperation with Moldova State University during a long time. Also, we welcome more than 100 participants, both on site and online, from 25 universities and organizations from Moldova, Italy, Slovak Republic, USA, Canada, Romania, Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Sweden, Slovenia, Czech Republic, Spain, Greece, and Portugal. Let me start the opening session by asking Professor Da Ponte to say a few words about our project, our nice cooperation. Professor Da Ponte, please. Very short. Very short.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to stay here again. It is another stage in a long cooperation between our university and the Moldova State University. It is more or less 10 years long cooperation, and I hope that will be in the future is a step, not the end of the cooperation. This project in particular is an example of how to spend the European cooperation, because it's a sustainability step of after the Hydro project, a big project that realized the 4 laboratories, one at this university that is, I think, the best of the projects that is well working. So it is a field of autonomous system. It means drone and so on. I hope that in the future we could have other activities, not only flying drones, but why not autonomous vehicle, automotive, and so on. So I think that this is the way how to cooperate. A special thank you to the partners. I'm sorry that a lot were not able to come here to some reasons, as I understand, but they are in contact by internet. So we have received from them a training presentation. I wish to thank the colleagues that are here and will be here in the next days, and that more or less were able to attend the presence at the conference. Also, something like this. Thank you, grazie, for your friendship and cooperation.
Now I would like to ask our Vice Director of Research and International Relations, Professor Aurelia Angano, to speak about our host university, Moldova State University, and I'm pleased that every time we can trust the Moldova State University is doing for our teachers, researchers, and students. Yes, Angano, please support me.
Dear partners, dear colleagues, dear guests, It is our great honor and pleasure to warmly welcome you in our Moldova State University in general. It's important for us educational and academic event. I would like to underline these aspects of the human in our days. Education and science, education related to science, are the biggest driver of the development of society. This event, which is organized in our university, is tied with dramatic events that are happening next to us and which are involving us somehow, but not only our countries, not only Ukraine, not only Moldova, but of course all over the world. From the other hand, it is exciting opportunity to learn and to transfer this idea for peace and for improvement of the aspects of our economic and social and political activities in a manner that all our communities would benefit from this. I have to confess that I'm very happy that this event was organized in this moment, as far as we have in our country the representative of 7 European countries, which are discussing together with us about the solution that would be found for solving the problem of our society. And also, it is a great achievement to organize this event in this context. So, my congratulations for the organizer, for you, Professor Pascal Duponte, for you, Professor Paladi, that we did and we meet you here in our university. And I wish to all of you great discussions and great communication and to benefit from our interferences and from our collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Every time we start new projects in the university, we should have some infrastructure and people, of course, human potential to do this very important movement forward in our development. And as Professor Pasquale pointed spoke, we had a previous project like Erasmus Plus, so I'm pleased to have here Mrs. Claudia Melindi here. She knows very well our cooperation. So I would like to welcome you here. And all this project, are based on the human potential we have at the university, in particular because this is a technical stuff was promoted within the Faculty of Physics and Engineering of the Moldova State University. So I am pleased to ask our dean, Associate Professor Liana Dimitroglu, to say a few words about our project and our faculty. Please, Liana. And Liana will speak in Romanian. We have a conference interpreter, Professor Elena Gheorghiță. So please take time for Elena to translate this.
Thank you. Stimați oaspeți, stimați colegi, Universitatea din Moldova se plânge onorată să găzduiască un asemenea eveniment. Totuși, în aceste vremuri deloc ușoare, cercetătorii Facultății de Fizică și Inginerie, îndeosebi Universității de Stat din Moldova, încearcă să abordeze, să implementeze, să soluționeze diverse cercetări științifice. Și anume, rezultatele acestor cercetări sunt valorificate în cadrul unor asemenea manifestări științifice.
Let's wait for English translation. Elena, we can. Please.
That's fine. Dear guests, dear colleagues, the State University of Moldova is honored to host such an event. And I must say that the members of the faculty at the Physics and Engineering department, despite the difficult times that we're all going through now, are doing their part in terms of research and other kinds of related activity. And the outcome of this kind of research is valued indeed during such events.
Totodată, cercetătorii științifici ai Universității de Stat din Moldova, în parteneriat cu colegii de la universitățile din Europa și chiar din lumea întreagă colaborează fructuos în diverse proiecte de cercetare. Deci acest lucru și rezultatele acestor proiecte au un impact socioeconomic important pentru dezvoltarea Republicii Moldova. Totodată, noi, cadrele științifico-didactice ale Universității de Stat din Moldova, încercăm să încurajăm, să implicăm tineretul studios de rândurile studenților, masteranzilor, doctoranzilor, să participe în diferite proiecte de cercetare și anume, noi le demonstrăm că acest lucru poate fi făcut acasă, chiar în Republica Moldova. Și le dorim succes în viitor și totodată suntem foarte onorați și mulțumiți că avem diverse proiecte de cercetare cu partenerii noștri din diverse țări. Dorim succese și realizări de perspectivă. Vă mulțumesc!
Researchers at the State University have various kinds of projects in cooperation with the colleagues from European universities and even from the universities throughout the world. The cooperation is quite fruitful and the research is diverse. And the outcome of this research has quite a significant social and economic impact on the development of the Republic of Moldova. We, the professors at the State University of Moldova, do all we can to encourage students at undergraduate level, master degree level, PhD students to get involved in research, and we try to show them that this can be done here at home in the Republic of Moldova. We wish them success, and we are honored and happy to host such an event. So we wish a successful unfolding of this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, everything we try to as the university is focused on the society development, first of all. So we are pleased to have a nice cooperation within this project with the Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Moldova, and as well as with the General Inspectorate of Internal Affairs of Inspectorate of Emergency Situation of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Republic of Moldova. So I am pleased to ask Mr. Sergeant Top, State Secretary of the Ministry of Defense, to welcome speech words about cooperation and the importance of this.
Bună ziua! Onorurile distinși oaspeți, bogată asistență, am deosebită plăcere să vă salut și să particip alături de dumneavoastră la simpozionul științific-practic, monitorizarea și protecția infrastructurii critice cu ajutorul sistemelor fără pilot.
Dear guests, honored audience, I'm glad and honored to welcome you at this event and to participate at this scientific conference dedicated to monitoring and evaluation of the critical infrastructure using unmanned systems.
Și în acest sens adresez un călduros salut tuturor participanților și să vă mulțumesc pentru prezența la această activitate importantă, nu doar pentru Universitatea de Stat ca organizator, dar și pentru Republica Moldova, care se află astăzi centrată într-un mediu de securitate plin de incertitudine.
I would like to warmly welcome all of you and thank you for the presence at this event, which is important both for the State University of Moldova as an organizer and the Republic of Moldova itself, which is now right in the middle of a security environment, which is full of uncertainty.
În context geopolitic dinamic, turbulent și impredictibil, precum cel de astăzi, trebuie să avem un răspuns adaptat și eficient în fața riscurilor, amenințărilor și vulnerabilităților care ne confruntăm.
In a dynamic, turbulent and unpredictable geopolitical environment, we need an adapted and efficient response to the risks that we are facing.
Securitatea națională reprezintă expresia practică a normalității pe care ne-o dorim toții pentru Republica Moldova, țara în care fiecare cetățean trebuie să trăiască într-un mediu sigur, să aibă încredere ca instituțiile statului care îl apără și îl protejează.
And national security is a practical expression of normality, which we all wish for. The Republic of Moldova must be a safe environment for its citizens, who must be confident that the state institutions are protecting them.
Sunt sigur că din parcursul întrunirilor din această săptămână vor fi generate noi idei, sugestii și viziuni care vor duce la îmbunătățirea sistemului de securitate a infrastructurii critice. Mai mult ca atât, seminarul ne îngăduie prilejul să ne revedem, să tratăm teme și preocupări comune și sunt convins că o să analizați pertinent și echilibrat aspecte importante și sensibile specifice domeniului pe care îl abordați.
I'm confident that during this week, new ideas, suggestions, and visions shall be generated, which will be important for protection of critical infrastructure and for its security. Also, the seminar gives us the opportunity to see each other again, to work on common issues, and I'm confident that you're going to analyze the issues that we'll come up with in a very relevant manner.
Nu mi-am mână decât să vă urez rod prolific în toată activitatea pe care o desfășurați și dezbateri de rezultate în cadrul activității. Vă mulțumesc!
The only thing that remains for me is to wish you fruitful activity during this seminar and good discussions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Colleagues, I mentioned that last day of our ATC will be devoted to different practical aspects of this topic. But first of all, I would like to say that this day will be devoted to the promotion of our new technological transfer project. And one of the main stakeholders of this new technological transfer project is acronym name ALEF, is our General Inspectorate for Emergency Situation of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Republic of Moldova. So I am pleased to ask Mr. Oleg Malashevsky to say a few words to our friend and guest, please.
Mulțumesc că v-ați participat, stimați legători voastre. Din numele conducerii Inspectoratului General pentru Situații de Urgență, vă salut astăzi la activitatea de astăzi la simpoziul științific-practic internațional.
Dear guests, dear participants, I have the great pleasure to welcome you all today on behalf of the General Inspectorate for Emergency Situations at this scientific seminar.
Complexitatea și diversitatea riscurilor și amenințărilor tot mai interconectate și caracterizate prin determinări multiple reclamă o abordare integratoare, sistematică și comprehensivă a obiectivelor de securitate, cu accent de protejarea acelor componente vitale pentru siguranța și bunăstarea și bună desfășurare a vieții socioeconomice.
The complex and diverse character of the risks and threats that we are facing requires a security approach that is more integrated, more systemic, and more comprehensive, which is vital for the insurance of social and economic life of the country.
Toate de protecție a infrastructurilor critice nu mai ține cont de granițele naționale și implică eforturi comune, în sensul identificării și evaluării unor puncte vulnerabile pe acestea.
The critical infrastructure protection knows no borders, and we need to take joint effort in order to identify the vulnerable points and protect ourselves.
Protecția infrastructurilor critice este un element determinat pentru menținerea stării de stabilitate și securitate și impune amplificarea preocupărilor principalilor actori internaționali de elaborarea și armonizarea a unor strategii în domeniu.
The critical infrastructure protection determines the stability and security, and that is why the key international actors take common efforts to develop various strategies in this area together.
Acestea trebuie să permită identificarea și analizarea timpurie a riscurilor, concomitent abordarea și inițierea oportună deciziilor diverselor de intervenție preventivă și contracarare.
This requires identification of risks as well as early warning about the risks, and later on the initiation of decisions for preliminary action and for response.
Devine mai actuală și treptat intră în activitatea mai multor instituții care previn amenințări în adresa infrastructurilor critice.
And this becomes even more important nowadays in the activity of various institutions that receive threats related to critical infrastructure.
Pentru situații de urgență, având ca funcție de bază prevenirea situațiilor de urgență, este cointeresat în desfășurarea acestui eveniment.
And the General Inspectorate for Emergency Situation, having as its main function prevention of various kinds of emergencies, is very much interested in this event.
În viitor apropiat vom utiliza aceste tehnologii informaționale și moderne pentru prevenirea situațiilor de urgență.
I do hope that in the near future we shall be able to use the new IT and other kind of modern technologies to prevent disasters.
Vă doresc tuturor o activitate cât mai productivă.
I would like to wish us all a productive activity and a productive event. Thank you very much.
Memories of friends, last but not least, I would like to say that at all stages of our activity, we got great support from NATO liaison office in the Republic of Moldova and from Information and Implementation Center of NATO in Chisinau. I would just to ask Professor Appointed to remember our visit to the NATO Information Documentation Center maybe 4 years ago, when we discussed with Elena Muzak the potential cooperation and the potential projects we can have on this topic. So it's great pleasure that we have nice contacts with our colleagues, and it's also a great pleasure for me to ask Ms. Kristina Balishvili to welcome you here. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear organizers, dear participants, good morning. It's indeed a great pleasure to be here with you today. I represent the NATO Liaison Office in the Republic of Moldova, which is in Chisinau. It is a civilian office. It's NATO's diplomatic representation, which was opened back in 2017, following Moldova's request. Indeed, a nice morning and a great opportunity to be here and together with all of you to launch this international symposium, which is supported by the NATO Science for Peace and Security program. The project brings together quite an impressive number of representatives from 14 allied and partner countries, and it is an excellent example of dialogue and practical cooperation facilitated by the alliance. The event takes place in the Republic of Moldova in Chisinau, which is a close NATO partner. Moldova is a constitutionally neutral country, and our cooperation is based on full NATO's respect of Moldova's neutrality, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Our long-standing partnership promotes stability and makes us all more secure. Moldova is a valuable partner that contributes to the Euro-Atlantic security, contributes to our peacekeeping KFOR mission in Kosovo. NATO supports Moldova's reform and modernization process in its defense and security structures. And Moldova, as NATO partner benefits from many programs and activities that are available to partners. And one of them, of course, is the NATO Science for Peace and Security program. Since this event is supported by SPS, I would like to take a couple of minutes from your time to bring to your attention some information about this program and to encourage all of you to further participate, to continue participate in the activities and opportunities provided by the program. For over 60 years, Science for Peace and Security program has been a central component of the NATO science and technology ecosystem. During this time, it has helped to demonstrate NATO's commitment to scientific and technological advancement. It has done this by enhancing security-related civil science and technology to address security challenges by bringing together scientists, experts, as well as officials from NATO and partner countries. And today, the Science for Peace and Security program is the largest and most important partnership. Is one of the largest, of course, because NATO has many programs. It's one of the largest and one of the most important partnership programs enhancing dialogue and practical cooperation between NATO and partners. It embraces a wide network of scientists and experts, again, from both allied countries and partner nations. Every year, approximately 2,000 experts participate in the activities. More than 20 Nobel laureates have been involved in the SPS program, which is a testament to the scientific excellence supported through this project, through this program. And it's not only about supporting and engaging experienced scientists and experts, but also actively supporting the young scientists and providing them with opportunities to be part of and broaden their professional network and scientific experience. The Republic of Moldova, as NATO partner country, has actively participated in a range of projects developed in the framework of the SPS. I would like to emphasize that SPS activities, as well as all NATO programs, are demand-driven and designed to meet the requirements of the nation and end user. Since 1995, Moldova has led around 51, it's quite an impressive number, SPS activities in cooperation with allied and partner nations, and involved more than 500 scientists, researchers, and experts. And those activities mainly focus in the key priority areas such as counterterrorism, cyber defense, advanced technology, border security, human and social aspects of security, and hybrid challenges. I would like to bring to your attention just a couple of examples of the project that were supported through the SPS. The Moldovan Armed Forces Cyber Incident Response capability was established within the Ministry of Defense. A national action plan for the implementation of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security was developed here in Moldova. A multinational telemedicine system for emergency situations was developed. An innovative prototype for the management of unmanned aerial vehicles was also a deliverable of one of the projects. So these are just a few examples. However, as already mentioned, the projects were quite many. And again, I would encourage to continue participating in the opportunities provided in this program. So the Science for Peace and Security indeed provides a platform, which is quite a big platform to address very practical security-related concerns. And especially nowadays, there are many. I would like to wish you all, and the organizers and the participants, a very successful time of this project, interesting discussions, and I hope that you will all benefit from this opportunity. I wish you a success. Thank you.
Mr. Milamov, Executive Director of the International Documentation Center NATO in NATO in Moldova, is online now. And I would like to ask Elena to say a word about our nice cooperation, not only with our team, but first of all with Moldova State University, because Moldova State University is a institution for the Information Documentation Center NATO of Moldova. So Elena, do you hear us? It's okay?
Yes,
Please.
hello, good morning. Good morning to everybody in the room, to Mr. Baladi, to Professor Da Ponte, to everybody present here. And I'm happy that, yes, after 4 years and after successful implementation, as I was CC'd in all your emails and I followed the implementation of the project, I'm happy this event now happening in Moldova State University, our main partner, and we have so many guests. I totally agree with Christina that this NATO program Science for Peace is absolutely important for the cooperation of the partner countries and member countries. Taking into account Moldova is facing various threats to our security environment, and it's absolutely important our country is involved in finding scientific responses organized by NATO together with the scientists from NATO member and partner countries, and very kind welcome to all participants from NATO partners and member countries to Moldova. And of course, with NATO support, the Republic of Moldova strengthened its international and cooperation in the science area based on innovation research, on capacity development, and as well as knowledge sharing in order to ensure, first of all, our human security and respond to emerging security challenges. Such project as yours promotes the development of the overall public perception and adoption of the constructive attitude about practical cooperation of the Republic of Moldova and NATO, and as well promote this importance of the cooperation of the, from one side, NATO members, NATO scientists, from the other side, representatives of the governmental institutions, as we've seen as our high-level speakers from the security sector institutions such Ministry of Defense or Ministry of Interiors, and from the other side, the collaboration between academia, civil society, and citizens in general. So this program, Science for Peace, is a tool to develop this coordinated dialogue and cooperation with NATO partner countries and carrying this kind of projects in the field of science and innovations. And already my colleagues mentioned how important and how many scientists from Moldova were involved during this program and how important it is. And what I would like to highlight is this opens new horizons and outline new directions for scientific research. And what is the most important in security and defense, knowing that this sector in the Republic of Moldova is unfortunately has a modest financial coverage. So all the inputs from different kind of partners, different kind of researchers, experts in the area is more than welcome. And of course, this type of projects the benefits of this type of projects we will feel over the years, and the citizens could understand how important is this kind of external assistance, external cooperation in facing our security and defense challenges, let's say. That's why I wish to all our participants insightful discussions the next days, and very welcome to Moldova, to our foreign guests. I really hope that you will enjoy our country, and good luck, and very happy this project happened and continues and has such wonderful results. Many thanks.
Many thanks, Christina. Many thanks, Elena, for the support. And time supplies, that's why we have to be on time with our schedules. That's why I would like to start our first block. There are 4 blocks in our advanced training courses. First block is dedicated to general aspects of protection of critical infrastructure in Moldova and NATO countries. And I am pleased to ask Dr. Andrew Finn from Estonia, with our moderator of the Symposium on Moldova Security in Light of Ukraine Situation, to present our panel speakers. Andrew, please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for accepting your participation coming to Chisinau. Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Welcome all to our morning symposium on the Moldovan security in light of the Ukraine situation. We'll begin with Vladislav Bojuhari of the Ministry of the Internal Affairs of Moldova. I believe I see him in the back there, presenting on technology used for counterterrorism in Moldova. Then, following that, unfortunately, Darius Jurgabevensis, the ambassador, will not be able to join us. He is ill, but we were very fortunate. A equally, more distinguished guest has agreed to speak with us. Dr. Alan Riley, EU Special Advisor on Energy Security for Moldova, will address us on energy security. And then Dr. Jason J. Smart will join us from the Western Hemisphere via Microsoft Teams, which he has just told me is working. He, of course, received his PhD from this institution. So, please.
Hello.
How do you do?
Yes, honorable assistants. We are very thankful for your invitation, and have maybe 10 seconds to do an introduction before our colleagues will manage the technical issues. So we are very, as you know, Ministry of Interior has also allowed law enforcement ratings and all incoming scenarios. That is why I came to start at 9:30. And I'm sorry for the disruption and the necessity to adapt my this flexible time. So now, present is to be. So today we will speak about a very emerging trend, emerging topics, especially the fighting and preventing terrorism, extremism, violent extremism attacks. My name is Vladislav Bojuhari. I'm the head of the department that is responsible for policing in the field of preventing and fighting crime. That is why this is a very important run. And to make it clear from the stage, so this is not an exclusive topic for the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So the leadership is held by the our national security, that is also we are helping our colleagues in this field with in the hand with the Ministry of Defense, also law enforcement agency. So terrorism and phenomenon in all its forms and manifestations committed by whomever, whatever, and whatever, considers one of the most serious threats to international peace and security, and of course for well-being, because one of the main objectives of this criminal act, terrorist act, is to try in the society is to destabilize the social and
cultural values, and actually to make a paralytic effect to all the governmental activities. As such, it also constitutes a major threat to the security of all the citizens of all over the world, because behind the physical threat, the physical injury threat, there is also some moral, and we know the term of the hybrid wars, of the hybrid tactics activity, and this is mainly also to frighten and to destabilize the social communities using the what is happening on other territories, and we all understood this this year when the pressure and the threat was very near for us due to the war in Ukraine, and we understood that things start to be critical even here. Those who don't have any like military involvement yet. So this is what I'm trying to say, that practically all the population of the Earth somehow is supposed to the threat of the terrorist attack. First of all, yes, we need to understand this, that countering terrorism by the Ministry of Interior is possible only on a heavy-duty, well-established intelligence drive policy. I mean the intelligence drive policy activities, or you heard ILP or intelligence-led policy. So what is actually what is actually represented for all this stuff and all this mechanism? So the right objective, prompt, and operational collecting and evaluating of data is the success for intelligence. And in recent years, with the help of course and NATO research and European College, Council of Europe, there was developed a series of new legal and other standards on such issues as the criminal law response to foreign fighters, terrorism, of course, the use of special investigation techniques in terrorism cases, and how to prevent a new trend of terrorism, the lone wolf terrorist attack, or we may say also terrorists acting alone, because those are actually the major problem, and for Europe and for United States of America and for other countries, due to the fact that if we will make a small timeline of the last terrorist attack, during the Texas attack, you may see that the major number of terrorist attacks are made by single persons, and they are called lone wolf terrorists, and it is quite difficult to identify, it is quite difficult to predict, it is quite difficult to prevent such cases, even the Las Vegas case, when welfare man, which was working as a doctor, and everything was okay, and just in a day he took a few firearms and killed 70 people. So all these activities should be part of a well-established mechanism for intelligence, and the intelligence actual mechanisms are established on the well identified standards, elements of for the collecting and evaluating data. So these standards, together with already existing body of relevant legal framework, conventions, of course, the recommendations and guidelines, and the guidelines are made from these this stage, the academic stage, are the basis for the all organizations, especially for law enforcement organization, and future work in the field of countering terrorism and tracing of the radicalization leading to terrorism. So this is why this part I started with this part, because it is critical and for major importance. Republic of Moldova, we may see today, it is a security belt actually for the whole European continent, and the Republic of thus is not using heavy duty mechanical instruments or different technical solutions. Is a major origin for good intelligence, and when we're speaking about terrorism, first is like synonym, if we'll make a parallel, is a transnational, transborder crime. That is why from this topic we may address the separate approach to two big dimensions. The first one is border security, and the second one is in-house activities. So here I put some collection of different products that are made using technological process of the technology, but we should not forget that behind this technology is a human being that should be trained, human being that should be prepared, human being that should be ready to get. Why I am telling you about the cross-border and in-house regulatories, because those are actually two different types of activity. For cross-border, of course, we are implementing this facial recognition check with the actual database of the criminals, and you may see even the last week success when head of one of the most dangerous organized crime groups from Europe was identified in very fast period of time here in Moldova, and was of course arrested and was sent back to Great Britain, where he was searched for a few years. So actually this person was traveling different states, and from one state was managing criminal activities, including some type of extremism, violent extremism in other states. So this was a good result, a good practice of the border check. And here we can implement all type of technologies that are using database records. Okay. This is important to be mentioned and to be understood, that due to the fact that in-house the things start to be more difficult, because in-house you cannot rely already on the database, because in-house you have those lone wolves that are not criminally wanted or somebody is searching for them. So things are more difficult. And not to forget that security, the main objective of security is to assure the possibility to prosper, the possibility to work, to progress, and not to make everybody impossible to live and everybody close in some metal, jackets. So that is why I would like to make a clear border of the technology and activity. And the aim of our today activity can be summarized on 3 P's. So we should focus our actual activities on prevention, prosecution, and protection. So together with other states, and we've seen all together, especially in last difficult situation in Europe, actually all over the world, level of collaboration, the level of the information dissemination increased very much. And this is what I want to say, that just and only together with other states, we can aim to achieve these 3 Cs. As well as just with everybody held here, we can achieve the result in specific research and specific area. So preventing terrorism, and this is a point that here we have the law obey standards and law enforcement measures that are aimed to disrupt terrorist attacks or their preparation, and through multi-phased long-term measures aiming to prevent radicalization leading to terrorism, including targeting, recruitment, training, the dissemination of terrorist ideology, and the financing of terrorism. Not to forget that those 2 that I mentioned, the cross border in Holland. Today we have another 3-dimension activity is cyber terrorism and cyber caliphate even. So if anybody would think that, oh, okay, thank God we don't have here nothing like terrorism. What is the entrance for Moldova for terrorism? So the idea is that radicalization has no limit. And today, all the major terrorist groups, as well as groups, are using internet to radicalize and to new people in their ideology. And here is the vulnerability for every country, even for themselves. Our colleagues from all the law enforcement agencies, not only Ministry of Internal Affairs, we all, everybody are working and collecting data and making intelligence on this sort of activity, to avoid the radicalization and recruitment of the people. Prosecute terrorism, of course, is a special activity that is used by is used for finally to prevent and combat this now. Here you can see some statistical data that, for example, from local to global. Think globally, act locally. So we have a lot of different cases registered during, for example, last 4 months. Already tomorrow we can speak about 5 months. Yes. We have a lot of people that are lawful offenders, and of course, when we speak globally, speaking about, for example, we have the 2021 whole year, so we have a lot of people that died and wounded. That is why we need to focus our attention, our possibilities, as well as technical, also human being resources to monitorize and to try to prosecute and to prevent this type of attack. The Sri Lanka terrorist attacks, and what is the things here, that such photos we can multiply a lot of others from, unfortunately, from public spaces, airports, and other strategical areas. So to be more laconic, we, as the last third B, are focusing our attention also on protection of all person. And here we present our mechanism, or better to say, standard operating procedures on territories of different states against terrorism, providing the security of the people and the protection of potential targets of terrorism, including critical infrastructure that were mentioned by our colleagues, and public spaces. Also provide assistance and offer support to victims of terrorism. And if you see, I'm trying to make some trends and trends that are changed in different period of time. We will see that the major is that terrorism is no longer addressed to certain country. Terrorism is no longer addressed to a certain community. Today, it intimidates all diversity and is targeting economic instability and exercise of fundamental human rights all over the world. That is why this is not a major issue for one minister, agency, or department. This is our whole, I may say, task already, our whole objective to fight this phenomenon. So some examples. Unfortunately, it is not possible to speak about all the mechanisms and all the instruments that are pledged today in this fight with phenomenon, the level of law enforcement agencies, but what is not somehow classified, we can just resume. So today it is right, and it is time to use all the, for example, unmanned machines, also CCTVs, all types of sensors that are collecting images. And one very important thing here, when we look at those two guys here, you will think that it is something about vision via database and so on. But I would like to leave the stage, letting you think about one thing. Maybe it is time to start to be proactive. Maybe it is time to use all type of standards and technical solutions in order to recognize the behavioral analysis of the people. Because this is the only solution with which today we may fight this type of lone wolf terrorists, lone wolf attackers. The possibility to understand the intention and the possibility to exclude some types of movements in different areas, some types of objects carrying some types of objects in different areas. So this even depends on the choice of the descriptors that is working with the image, and of course with the type of the logical type, because majority of solutions are giving us the opportunity to work with the database. And if you have person included in database, congrats, you are safe. But if a person comes abroad that is not in database, congrats to another one who will have this in database. So the logical activity is that it is time to start to learn, teach maybe machines also using those algorithms of artificial intelligence. But the idea is it is time to learn, not to learn, but to read somehow the behavior of the people in different areas, and to provide a proactive approach to give us law enforcement agencies, to give us those very large and precious a few minutes to react. Because today for reaction it is needed between 5-7 minutes, yeah. So 2 minutes are very much for us, and I think that using accounts, using the right algorithm, we can offer, we may offer to the law enforcement agencies this luxury time, luxury consideration. This is some algorithms that are used, and today everybody is thinking. So actual trend is to find the most common, not most common, but the most qualified, strongest that will give you 100% done in every intervention, but also very fast, because we don't need 100% recognition in half an hour. We don't have half an hour. We don't have even 10 minutes. We have seconds. So we should find the right algorithm, and not to making you not making pressure on you today or a lot of terms. Those are today the most relevant one. Rotated fast, rotated brief. This is the fastest descriptor, but it has some issues when you have a 90% angle. So in technical terms, they are good guys, all four, but we need to find the fastest one, and to give us the major percentage of recording. In conclusion, in conclusion, I would like to mention one thing. Today, law enforcement already starts to search, and we are using smart technology solutions. It is not enough to help or to make a sort or a filter of data, or it is already not enough to make a comparison, different databases, different formulas of reading of objects, or I don't know, so comparison. We need the prediction, and the major challenge today for all law enforcement is implementing the prediction solution, prediction technological solutions. Thank you very much for your attention. I think I don't grab a lot of time, and it is a pleasure to meet you, Honor, and hope to keep in touch and to be all the time in touch to find new solutions, because only with the support of science, support of scientific algorithms, law enforcement could get success. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Now, Professor Dr. Alan Riley.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, sorry. Good afternoon. And apologies for my slight cough. So I've been asked to look at the energy security issues. And when I talk about energy security, what I have to start with, I think, is to say that you can only look at this in the current context. That is, what exactly are we facing? What I'm going to focus upon is the European and, to a degree, the global gas market. And I'm quite sure you're aware that the gas prices in Moldova have increased significantly. And there are a number of reasons for that. But I think it's worth pointing out first the extent to which the prices are exceptional. Normally, in the European gas market over the last 20 years, gas prices have moved around from a cheap year when gas prices have been around $150 per 1,000 cubic meters to around $500 per 1,000 cubic meters in an expensive year. And that's roughly where the market is normally. What we've had since the middle of 2021, its price is surging way beyond to $1,000 per thousand cubic meters, even $2,000 per thousand cubic meters. So this is exceptional. And the question is why? That's some of the reasons. You saw an acceleration in gas prices from the spring of 2021, as China came out of the COVID lockdown, the initial COVID lockdown, and Chinese demand increased. That pulled in more LNG, which sent prices high, liquid natural gas, which sent prices higher. There had also been a kind of restriction on fossil fuel investment, which also restricted the amount of oil and gas available. And there were a series of supply disruptions in Australia, also actually in China, in the coal market. There were flooding of Chinese mines, which meant more use of gas. All of these different things were happening at around the same time. Well, the point is that does not take account of why gas prices would go from way beyond the 150 to 500 parameter to $1,000, $2,000 per thousand cubic meters. What is going on? And of course, there is a massive knock-on effect, because it's not just in the natural gas market. Of course, gas is used a lot for electrical power generation, so it affects power generation as well. So electricity prices, it feeds through into inflation in Moldova and across Europe, in the States. So what is going on? So then you actually have to look more narrowly at the European market, because this seems to be the source of the generation of the high prices. And what you have to look at is actually you have to look at Gazprom. Because usually, over the last 20 years, Gazprom has done three things. The first thing, it has provided gas under long-term supply contracts to whether it's Eni or Gas de France or Blue Gas, it provided gas with a long-term supply. And the second thing it has done, it has provided gas onto the European spot. Principal one is the Dutch TTF market, the largest and most liquid hub in Europe for gas, for this trading of gas. And the third is it provided gas into storage. And essentially, from the spring of 2021, for the first time in its history, Gazprom changed its market practices. It went from providing gas in the long-term supply contract, gas in the spot, and gas into storage, to essentially only providing gas under long-term supply contract. There was some gas in spot, some gas in storage coming in, but it always significantly reduced. Now, the effect of that is to increase prices. Increase prices on the spot market to start with. There's a knock-on effect, because 70% of the gas under a long-term supply contract is linked to the price, the spot. So the prices goes up, the price goes up significantly. It has this ratchet effect. Now, initially, I did not know what on earth was going on. There were various theories. Was Gazprom trying to force companies to use more long-term supply contracts? Was perhaps the idea was to try and force the European Union to accept, to give Nord Stream 2, the Nord Stream 2 pipeline running under the sea from the German, Russian Baltic coast to the German Baltic coast? Was it planning to try and force the European Union to give that regulatory clearance by putting this pressure on? And that was unclear. Of course, the effect of this, as it went on month by month, when gas is not coming into European storages, so European storages are at historically low levels, and there's less gas on the spot market, is to increase the price of gas across Europe. So prices surge much, much higher than they would normally be. So that amazingly, Europe starts having higher prices even than in Asia. Traditionally, that's high gas prices. And this then knocks on into power prices and into inflation. And it was unclear, as I said, why this was going on. Now, it is true, and this brings you to a very significant energy security. Is a significant reason why we are in this mess anyhow. We would not have been in this situation if a lot of European states had taken their energy security more seriously. You have a situation where, led by Germany, a number of European states shut down their nuclear power, perfectly functioning, working nuclear power stations, and they took them offline. And I can understand the issues to do with nuclear power, but to take them offline with no obvious alternatives in place is dangerous from a security point of view. That is also similarly with coal. I understand we need to get rid of coal. It's a principal generator of CO2 emissions, but you need to have alternatives. And then you have the great Groningen field, the great Dutch natural gas field. That gas field, for a whole series of reasons, was causing tremors. It was affecting buildings in parts of the Netherlands. And essentially, the Dutch government began to shut it down. So at this highest point of production, which 1813, it was producing 50 billion cubic meters of natural gas. It is now probably producing less than 10. So if you do all of that, and on top of that, you say we don't want to have any fossil fuel production in Europe, and so we reduce the amount of oil and gas exploration. We reduce the funding for that, so we don't have as much funding in the North Sea. Then you also have a supply security issue. The point about this is, I'm not saying you shouldn't necessarily get rid of your nuclear power stations or coal-fired power stations, and not necessarily use oil or gas, but you actually have to have a plan. You cannot simply do these things, but individual different decisions, which have a massive effect on your security. So part of the consequence of this, what we're dealing with here, is a massive supply security failure. All these individual decisions with no one sitting back and looking at it as a security failure. If you're going to do these things, you have to look at it holistically and find, as a whole, and find some solutions, some alternatives. Now, we didn't do that. So the consequence of not doing that is that in 2013, the amount of imports of Russian gas from Europe was about 25%. It is now, for Europe as a whole, it's about 40%. For Germany, depending on the statistics you look at, it's 50 to 55%. So if you create a situation in which you are so dependent, you give acts hostile foreign powers a potential to use that dependency as a leverage against you. This is not a very, how can I put it, wise policy to take. So the question is, where do we go next? Now, it is not as bad as it appears in some respects, because essentially, as I explained in the beginning, prices in Europe have been running for about 20 years, between $150 to $500 per 1,000 cubic meters. And it's worth thinking about that, because that's the normal band pricing. And the contention that I have, this is actually backed by forward prices on the gas market. So if you look at Dutch TTF, not for current prices, but for prices for winter prices are lower than summer prices. In the gas market, this is completely mad, because ordinarily, because demand is lower in summer, normally in normal markets, summer prices are much lower than winter prices. But at the moment, it's the other way around. And the reason for that is because of the dysfunctional nature of the market. Things are going on which are not normal. And these high prices aren't sustainable. We have several things going on. Partly through the inflation, but other factors too. Probably Europe and the United States are heading into recession. This will reduce demand for energy. The second factor is particularly because of the zero COVID policies of the Chinese government, we're seeing a real restriction on Chinese economic activity. And China is really important in this regard. As the largest global buyer of liquid gas is in China. Chinese buy more LNG than anybody else. So if they stop buying that LNG, what happens is that it gets dumped on global markets. And the principal place it gets dumped is in Europe. So there will be more gas available. In addition to which, because of what's happened since the spring of 2021 and high gas prices, the Europeans have been buying gas as if there is no tomorrow. So, for example, in Poland, it's only May, and the Polish storage facilities are close to 90% full. They would not be like that normally until October. So there's masses of gas already being stored. So all of this puts huge pressure on the markets. The ability to sustain this position is difficult. And also Gazprom has its own problems. But one of the difficulties is, you can't easily store this much gas. The Russians are probably every last storage facility. I imagine at the moment, every last storage facility is being used to store gas. And they're probably using old pipelines to store gas, to just hold all the gas they've got. And it's very difficult to simply cut off gas fields. If you cut your production, it's difficult and expensive to revive it. And also the problem is you need to sell a lot of gas into Europe, because if you don't sell the gas, sufficient gas, it's more difficult to subsidize your own domestic consumers. The other option will be to burn gas. But the idea, even for Moscow, the idea of burning billions of dollars, watching it go up in flames every day is probably too horrific to contemplate. So I think the prices are going to for a whole series of reasons. This ability to sustain this pricing situation is unlikely to hold. And it's also an energy security point, that when you actually look at these sorts of plays in relation to energy security, you have to recognize that somebody like Gazprom can put all this effort in, but the actual market factors begins to basically create demand destruction. People switch to alternatives. You actually have problems yourself. So your ability over a period of time to sustain your energy leverage, you've actually played your energy security card or your energy insecurity card. It's difficult to sustain it. So what is going to happen from the European Union perspective for Moldova? Well, one issue is simply the EU has taken steps. I mentioned storage. So the EU is, everyone's storing lots of gas. There's a lot of switching to other fuels and to LNG. Both Poland and Germany are buying floating, this FSRU, these floating LNG ships, which you can dock in your harbour and then bring in LNG and produce the gas from quite quickly. And they're very cheap. And they have potentially enormous capacity. I understand Poland is buying one, which will have about 10 billion cubic meters of capacity, single ship. Now, from Moldova's point of view, this potentially creates alternative sources of supply. I think the other thing that the European Union is looking at doing is whether or not it's going to create a single buyer of Russian gas, a single gas platform. And I understand the Moldovan government is looking at creating a situation where it signs arrangements with the European Union so it can participate. And that would have the effect of being Moldova being able to buy on better terms with through the European Union. And that is at the moment a whole series of discussions about how that may happen and how the different frameworks as to how we do it. But that's also being looked at. Because remember, it is possible to have a single buyer of Russian gas, because Russia, in an ordinary year, sells about 140 billion cubic meters of gas into Europe. It comes through pipelines which are dedicated to Europe. They cannot sell the gas to China. There are no connecting pipelines. So the reality is that if Russia doesn't sell the gas to Europe, it can't really sell the gas to anybody else. So the ability to create a single buyer system exists. Another issue is the European Union competition law and whether or not the acknowledgement that the behaviour of Gazprom constitutes an abuse of dominance, and the European Commission wants to take measures against Gazprom for that. That is also possible. In relation to Moldova, as I was saying, one option for Moldova can be to take part in a European common buying plan. As I say, that there are just discussions ongoing in ministers about that at the moment as to how it will be structured. Moldova has a number of blessings, courtesy of the USSR, in relation to gas. And one of the points is because of the Soviet tendency to overbuild, there are lots of pipelines running through Moldova. And this is actually very positive because if you've got lots of pipelines, you potentially can get gas via Ukraine, via the Balkan pipeline, through from Romania. And there are a number of different Ukrainian exit and entries. So that means that if the more you open and liberalize the market, the easier it is to obtain gas from elsewhere. So there are ways of actually enhancing Moldova's security. The interesting thing is that in many ways, Moldova is better off than many European Union member states because there is so much infrastructure which is either in the country, passes through the country, or is nearby the country. So there are lots of different options which potentially could apply to allow gas to come from different directions. And one of the very, I think, big mistakes, this example is another point about energy security not working in a way that people thought, or the way the people are trying to give you energy insecurity thought. The problem that Gazprom has done is by creating a situation where there is a significant degree of threat or perceived threat, it's forced the Europeans to do things. So we have more LNG coming on stream from different directions. There is more interconnections. Now, Moldova, with all these networks of pipelines, will be in actually a good position to get. I mentioned recently earlier the LNG from coming in through the Baltic Sea. There is the potential of getting LNG from Poland at a lower price than actually buying it from Gazprom. Or there is the Greek LNG terminals. There's another one coming on next year outside Athens. And we can reverse flow the Balkan pipeline and potentially bring gas in that direction. So there is more. All of this is becoming more real, and there's greater different types of gas available because of gas being started. It is actually creating competition against itself, which didn't exist before. And this is the whole problem, which takes you back to the oil crisis of 1973. The classic energy security threat. Oil prices are cut. The consequence is that the Europeans and the Americans, first of all, switched from using oil for electricity to never using oil for electricity again. They destroy the entire, so the Saudi action destroys the entire oil market for electricity, almost overnight. Then on top of that, the Europeans and the Americans go out and find new sources of oil in the North Sea, in the Gulf. So essentially, the Saudi Arabia creates competition against itself. This is the whole problem with energy security, or energy insecurity, or the energy weapon. You can use the energy weapon. You fire the gun, it has an effect, but the bullet comes back, ricochets, it hits you. And that's essentially what Gazprom is in the process of doing. And ironically, one of the consequences could be is to provide Moldova with a number of real opportunities which did not exist before. Okay, Ashley.
Very much. Hello, question.
Sure.
So you mentioned that some gas price sometimes higher.
Yeah.
Since situations like this, lower. You could explain more about this situation and what would be your suggestion regarding this policy?
Well, I think yes, I mean, this is all about the crazy position we're in. I mean, it is actually Anybody who knows anything to energy markets, this is completely mad. I mean, the position has been like forever. You know, normally, if you're a gas company and you're looking at the gas market, you were sitting there thinking it's May, nobody's using gas. And to give you some idea in statistical terms for Moldova, in winter, in Moldova, you're using between sort of 11 to 15 million cubic meters of gas a day in deep winter. In summer, this time of year, you're using 1 to 2 million meters a year. So the difference is enormous. So the demand, and that principle applies essentially everywhere. So in summer, normally European gas companies all over are buying gas because the prices are very low and they stick it in storage. You do that really probably from last month through to September. And that's what we do. And that's how we normally operate. Because of the complete dysfunctionality of the gas market at the moment, we have a situation that gas prices, I think, are roughly around $800 per thousand cubic meters, roughly. Check the last few days. Something around that. But if you look on, because of these factors, like, you know, the markets can see, because they're all of the data the European Union publishes, all the data on where storage is in Europe. Who's got, I think, polls last week were 86%, whatever it is. Well, everyone's highly guessing. So then the market's in another second here. What's going to be the gas demand for gas in the autumn? So that begins to change. Nick is also aware of the statistics for China. Chinese retailers, remember the Chinese are probably the most famous, the most outrageous shoppers on earth. But last month, Chinese retail sales fell 10%. This is really significant, and it illustrates effectively the closing down of the Chinese economy. So this is another factor which you look at. And then you look at all these other questions about economic growth, inflation, demand destruction. Because one of the problems with what Gazprom has done, because the price went so high, you know, what happens is that companies who can switch to another form of fuel have done so. So you're also shrinking your market. So if you're going to shrink a market, if you've got loads of companies storing gas way in advance of war, prices are really high because one of the things they threat is probably another Russian cut off. The Dutch got a cut off, I think, today, and maybe cut off tomorrow, because they weren't paying rubles. All of this triggers a kind of sense of high prices, but it's unsustainable because it's unsustainable because the underlying economic realities are that there will be no longer sufficient demand for gas to sustain the prices. And that's why TTF is giving winter forward prices, which are lower in the summer. But it is a completely amazing situation. It is not a normal situation. And that's why this is something which will transform, I think, the situation. And for Moldova, I think the basic recommendation, which I think the government entirely accepts, is that you try and buy as very little gas as possible between now and September. And then hopefully, probably the gas prices fall. And then we'll all be in a much better situation. So that's the idea. Has anyone else got any other questions? I'm happy to.
I have one, bit on the edge here. I believe in the early 2000s, Gazprom was in some sort of long-term supply agreement with Turkmenistan.
Yeah.
And they started to lose money on this agreement, and they potentially sabotaged the pipeline.
Oh yes, the famous 2009 explosion. Yes.
Is there any potential for anything like that to affect European security, energy security, especially given events in Ukraine?
I mean, there is obviously what's very peculiar is despite the war, despite the fact that Russia and Ukraine spar at each other, and most of the Ukrainian transit network is still intact. And gas is flowing along the Ukrainian transit network, which is pretty amazing. You know, so we would need so far there has been a concerted attempt, I think, by both sides not to actually blow up any part of the plant. So that's, of course, from the Russian perspective, if you're going to occupy Ukraine, then actually keeping control, keeping the network intact is really important. So you can probably see why you probably don't want to move Sweden to Colombia if you could avoid it. Although I think there have been a couple of shells which have hit bits of the pipeline. But I think, remember, the pipeline network is not just one pipeline, it's a whole series of pipelines. And even within a series of pipelines, there are connected to network, so you can move things around. So I think so far there hasn't been anything like that. And I do think the Russians have got, even with the current situation, have got much incentive to do anything to blend things up so far.
Yes, I have a question regarding the problem with gas storage. You mentioned in the Russia, the storages are all full, and the pipeline are all stocked with gas. So, question is, do you think Russia has the capability to jump from European market to other countries that could use the LNG bunkering for transporting gas instead of keeping the gas in the storages? Is there any potential for that?
I think the problem is the problem with switching the gas to somewhere else, selling it to somebody else is this.
Yeah.
You have to think of it. There's 140 billion cubic meters of gas. And there's Nord Stream 1, Yamal, Turk Stream, Blue Stream, and the Ukrainian pipeline network. And the problem is essentially that all that gas comes from Western Siberia, this pipeline. And the only way, well, there is simply no, the Russians do sell gas to China, but it's on a separate gas fields in eastern Siberia. And you know, the reason why they went in that direction was because it's closer to the coast where the population is. So you would have to bring the pipeline, I mean, it's actually it's called Power Siberia too, through Western Siberia, through unpopulated China, and to the coast. Now, it's possible to do it, it probably costs between $10 to $15 million. So, but they haven't, but they don't exist. And the other problem with it is that obviously, you know, for the Chinese, there are several problems. First of all, is can they do it without any Western technology? Will the Chinese be subject to secondary sanctions? So I think that it's unclear that the Chinese will be willing to do this. In relation to LNG, the Ukrainians, the Russians only got about 10 billion cubic meters of LNG capacity. Perhaps 10 to 15. So they can't sell 140 billion meters is stuck in their system. They already sell 10 to 15 billion cubic meters, and they can kind of sell that anyhow. But the bulk of what they sell to Europe is by pipe, overwhelmingly, and that's stuck. So this is the difficulty with this. And there is also another factor which I didn't mention earlier, which is that there is this, because of sanctions, the traditionally what we say is roughly oil revenues for Russia are 40% of tax revenue, and gas revenues is around 5 to 10%. So it's around, say, 45, 50%. But because of sanctions, a lot of tax revenue from other business activities disappear. So tax revenue from oil and gas now is much, much more important. It's probably 70%. It could even be 80% of federal tax. So another reason why I question whether they can sustain this process of storage, even if they've got storage capacity, is that fundamentally they need money. And that's why the oil embargo, which the EU adopted yesterday, although it's imperfect, may actually have some significant. Oil embargo is probably another lecture. And I'm happy to take the third question if there's any questions, or I should.
Thank you very much. And now, if he has successfully activated Microsoft Teams, Jason Smart will join us from the Western Hemisphere.
There we go, microphone, turned it on. That makes things much better. Yes, good afternoon. I'm happy to be with you all, by quite a distance. I have a very short presentation to accompany my remarks, if I can figure out how to use this. Share. And I see you see my screen, which is a good sign. Do you see my screen now? I think you do.
Yes.
Okay, then we're doing well. So here we go. So my topic was the tactics and strategies to prevent support for breakaway regions, which, as we know, is a large problem throughout the former Soviet states. The Soviet design was quite intentional in that it had the divisions within countries, well, what are now countries, then republics, which separated the exclaves, enclaves, autonomous regions, and others by ethnic group and by other factors, but mostly ethnic group, in order to be able to have a destabilizing effect on those regions as necessary. But there was also, of course, the historic factor that there is countries that were naturally with these different ethnic groups mixed in. But over time, it became an intentional policy of the Soviet Union to maintain this because it does allow them to have a means of controlling what's going on. Oh, there we go. So since 1991, this ethnic enclaves and exclaves, in particular in Central Asia, have been the flashpoints for conflicts that have left hundreds dead. Aside from the cases such as Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, the ones in Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia, Russia are the most well known. Likewise, how autonomous regions has been used and manipulated really by this Russia is something that we have seen continuously. In the case of what we see today in Crimea, the illegally occupied area of Crimea, as well as when we see that Russia is supporting breakaway regions such as the Donetsk People's Republic or the Lugansk People's Republic, and indicating that this is somehow a normal form of local control. We know very well it's not a form of local control. Rather, it is a manipulation on behalf of the Russian state to cause insurrection against the national government. Now, the recognition of these regions, specifically Abkhazia, Astrakhan, South Ossetia, was historic. And recently, as we all know, about 3 months ago, the People's Republic of Donetsk and Lugansk followed that model. This is a certain level of recognition that they have as countries. More unusual in Russian history is to just incorporate them as part of the country, as what happened with Crimea. In the case of all of these regions, what Russia tends to do is to identify local actors who are willing to be voices for discontent that the population has, unhappiness that the population has, though it might not be widespread, though it might not be revolutionary. It is manipulated by the Russian government and the Russian press to indicate that this is a revolutionary movement, that they are supporting a minority ethnic group or a minority entity of people in their fight for freedom. And it's funny is that this narrative is the same one they have used for decades and decades. It hasn't changed really at all. The commonalities that exist is that the breakaway is not necessarily always the conflict, is not always the objective of the Russian Federation. Rather, it is to have a destabilizing factor. But what I mean by this is that there is a specific risk, and I use the example of Transnistria as an excellent one. The case of Transnistria is increasingly it looks unlikely that Russia is going to launch major destabilizing events in Ukraine, that is to say, military attack from in Ukraine via Transnistria. It is quite unlikely. That being said, the rumors that have come out that Transnistria might be the location for a military attack has had a destabilizing effect in Moldova. That destabilizing effect is seen in several different ways. It's seen in the inflation rate. It's seen in the number of people that are leaving Transnistria, but also leaving Moldova itself. It's seen in the fact that it is taking away the market for insurance. Businesses cannot receive insurance. Eventually, airlines will be not able to get insurance for the airplanes if they believe that there is a serious risk of some sort of a military attack originating in the Moldovan territory of Transnistria. And so this is something that Russia has continuously done. And my hypothesis is that in the case of Transnistria, the Russian government has no intention of taking Moldova, nor Transnistria really, and doing much. But simply they wish to destroy the economy of Moldova, because this is a means of control as well. Like all of the breakaway regions, their economies are usually bad. There's large black markets, and that's what Transnistria is. But in the case of Moldova, I think that the Russian government has a perfect interest to to encourage these rumors of a potential military conflict, because this will create economic turmoil. This economic turmoil, these economic problems will lead to unpopularity of the current government. This unpopularity of the current government, which is, by the way, pro-European, not pro-Russian, will lead to a better chance of pro-Russian political parties gaining in Moldova and give them a better chance of winning in the next national elections in Moldova. So this is how, once again, not always are these breakaway regions actually used to break away. Not always are they used for military conflict, but they're used as a destabilizing effect in the host country. That is, in the case of Moldova, that would be Transnistria. And so I think that this is something that we can see that Russia continuously does. It's not unique, just what's going on in Moldova, obviously. It's not unique what's going on in any of these countries. It's the same thing repeated again and again and again. The threat of destabilization is usually enough. The case of, and I'll cite another example for you. You might recall in 2010, summer of 2010, there was a revolution in Kyrgyzstan. Actually, it's not true. It was April 7th, 2010. The ethnic genocide that broke out in southern Kyrgyzstan began, I think it was June 6th, 2010, or June 3rd, if I recall correctly. This was between the ethnic Kyrgyz and ethnic Uzbeks. But it really started in one of the exclaves existent in southern Kyrgyzstan. And as this broke out, there was a number of reports later as to how it broke out. And it seems quite clear that outside forces, presumably Russian, came to the region and started creating conflict between ethnic Kyrgyz and ethnic Uzbeks, which then led to fighting between them. Why did that happen? Well, that happened because 2 months before, in April, the pro-Russian president of the country, Kurmanbek Bakiev, had been forced to flee the country. And Russia's response was to further destabilize the country, destabilize the government of Rosa Atabayeva, the first woman president of Central Asia. And the way that they did that is via these ethnic conflicts in the southern part of the country. So the way that governments typically seek to prevent these conflicts is this sort of useless, and I mean quite sincerely useless, it's a complete waste of tax dollars, approach of things such as Crimea, Tse Ukraina, we are all Ukraine. It doesn't address the concerns necessary. And it's been completely, I see no evidence whatsoever in researching this, that it has persuaded anybody to not support a revolutionary movement. What it does is, though, is it is also mistargeted. What I mean by mistargeted, and I use the case of Ukraine now. Ukraine launched a very strong campaign against separatist identities in 2015, 2014 as well, but 2015 was when they got very heavy. And what they did, what they began launching across the country, different campaigns to discourage people from joining the DNR or LNR. I mean, they didn't call it this, they used different terms, but this is what their objective was. And this was very ineffective because, let's be frank, somebody that lives in Lvov, in far western Ukraine is not as statistically likely to join the DNR or LNR as would be somebody from, let's imagine, Donetsk or Lugansk or Kharkov or Odessa. And so it would have been a better prioritization of finances of the country and of the national security services had they focused on the people that were the highest risk of joining a revolutionary movement. In the case of Ukraine, that was not done, and I seriously doubt that it was effective. Also, there is a sort of, and this is, by the way, common with governments, it's not just the Ukrainians, is that there, and it's not true actually, it is true in the case of the Moldovans, maybe in the case of Gagauzia it is, but I haven't really noticed it anywhere else in Moldova, is that there's a degree of, what's the word for it? Where the people in this minority region try to exploit this perceived weakness that the government has by having a destabilized area or by having a potential breakaway region. And the way that they exploit it is by seeking to get more out of the government than what they would normally receive otherwise. That is, they use the threat of potential conflict, the threat of potential destabilization, in order to achieve more from the government or to obtain more from the government than what they would have received otherwise. So there are two types of primary breakaway regions that occur. There is the ones which is truly led by local demand, and it receives Moscow support. Now, I think it is important to cite a few examples. There is the examples of the ethnic Russian populations in other parts of the former Soviet states whose efforts, or by the way, not only the former Soviet states, there is also pro-Russian movements in Germany which receive money from the Russian government to present viewpoints that are pro-Russian. This is something that is locally supported, but receiving help and assistance from Moscow. The other one is the more artificial one, where there is really no strong local support for a movement. There is no really strong desire for movement, but Moscow recognizes that by having a movement, it might become something successful. And I think in the case of this one, I will again use the DNR and LNR. When you look at the top leadership of who the DNR and LNR was, the percentage of them who had very low educational qualification, very low military qualification, very low experience in anything government related, and yet they were leading the movement. How did that happen? Were they popularly chosen by the people of the DNR and LNR? No, they were not. They were chosen rather by Moscow to be the people that would go in and be the faces, the physical representatives of these movements. And so they went and they did their job. But this was a Moscow idea that was implemented at the local level, not vice versa. What is a more effective way, and unfortunately we will not have time for me to show you the experiments I did on this, but there is a more effective way to discourage people from trying to create breakaway regions. These is called a micro-targeted approach. Micro-targeted meaning not the whole population, like say Ukraine, but rather you have an approach, Krim is nice, Krim, Ukraine. But rather you are seeking to target individual people in the population. And what I mean by this is this. In the case of other places where they've dealt with terrorist activities or they've dealt with revolutionary activities, you recognize that not all the population is equally or proportionally likely to join a irregular or a radical organization. Typically, there's several demographic features. The most famous one, obviously, is with terrorists. I believe, as I recall, it's between the age of 15 to 26 males who are not married that have a basic level of education are the most likely ones who are going to join a terrorist organization. Well, that means that every dollar that is spent trying to persuade 59-year-old women with high education is probably a bad use of money, because statistically, they're not as likely to be participating in dangerous activities like revolutionary movements. Better spending the money on that specific target demographic that's most likely to join a separatist movement. By targeting these people, you are able to then quash the separatist militias from being able to find new recruits and find new people who are trying to join those movements. So briefly, I'll show you just one of the experiments because we have such limited time. In the summer of 2021, we did an experiment of which was analogous to a simulation of how a foreign party, that is a foreign country, would create instability. Our objective was to see if in a closed society, it would be possible to change popular action. And I will skip through the best parts because unfortunately we don't have time. But the objective is this. If you're trying to create a breakaway region, you start with the weakest form of popular support. You see where it says collecting signatures for petition. That's a very soft form of rebellion. The stronger form of rebellion is at the other side, the occupation of buildings or enterprises or the blocking of streets. The objective of a movement that's truly trying to become a breakaway region is to move people from passive disgruntledness or passive unhappiness with the government to becoming active and violent. That is to move people from being upset to moving people to becoming violent, or to become willing to take extreme methods to achieve the political objectives they have. So the way we did the experiment is that we, in closed societies, and we did it in 4 countries, but the 2 that I use here are Cuba and Belarus. We did an experiment just for a few days. We wanted to see if we were able to change the popular sentiment from being passive unhappiness about the government to being active unhappiness about the government. Now, our objective here was not specifically to test breakaway regions, but that being said, the factors involved would be no different. So Cuba. So in the case of Cuba, you might have remembered that 2 years ago, there was a large movement called SOS Cuba. SOS Cuba did not exist before we made it. And I can prove to you we made it, because I can show you the map, bottom right, of where it was most commonly appearing from. You notice my office of the 13,000 people there. That's my Central Asian office. The one in the United States is the other office. This was being spread by us. And what do you know? It became the top story in the New York Times, top story in CNN, top story in the Washington Post, and the Cuban government denounced it. The reality was it was an outside thing, but the reaction was that people so strongly began to support it that they took the streets in numbers that had not been seen before in Cuba. Belarus. Same thing. The case of Belarus, let me see if I have the map here. No, there's no map, unfortunately. In the case of Belarus, we began a large movement to see if we could support a protest that was ongoing. Through the support that we gave it, the numbers of people that came to the protest were substantially more than the organizers had anticipated. In fact, so much more that it, once again, became a top story. Lukashenko realized that there's something going on from the outside, by the way, so not just social media, though it appears that way. It's just simply a reflection, one of the metrics, used to show how this was achieved. Lukashenko forced the borders to be closed because he realized that this was coming from outside his country. And he also started searching people's houses. Of course, he never found anything because my people are not located in Belarus. So we conclude, yes. So how this happens. We have to look at the civic engagement levels and to figure out how you can target the domestic audience. You have to track what it is in the population that has the highest emotive value for people. Usually it's something such as COVID, something such as bad economic situation, a disaster of some sort. Corruption is actually typically a good one, but the local breakaway region can be manipulated through that event, where the people say we've been so abused by this that we demand that there is a radical change where we break away from the country. Now, because they say this, or rather the Moscow representative says this, does not mean that's what they actually believe. It's simply the excuse that Moscow gives. In the case of Ukraine, the excuse that the Nazis have taken over Kiev is absurd, yet it's used. I mean, they just need to find an example. The language law in Ukraine, despite what the Russian news says, the language law does not obviously forbid the speaking of the Russian language. I was in a television interview in Russian about an hour and a half ago in Ukrainian TV. I assure you, you can speak Russian all you want, as much as you want. It's not a problem. The other thing is that you seek it is important that you seek to find a way that those who are becoming radicalized in the society, those who might actually choose to join some sort of a breakaway movement, find an alternative outlet for their energy, and they are invited to join the larger national discourse. This prevents them becoming further radicalized and radicalizing others. It's important that there was also ways to bring down the level of frustration and to bring down the popularity of the Russian government within that potential breakaway region. In the case of today, in the case of Transnistria, I'll use an example, I think that's much easier than it was before, simply because the degree that information is coming out and reaching the world about the Russian atrocities and crimes against humanity and war crimes being committed in Ukraine, it is much easier to persuade people, such as Transnistria, that it is not a good idea to support a revolutionary movement or a breakaway movement. You saw probably a couple hours ago, South Ossetia in Georgia said today that they would not be holding the elections, or sorry, the vote rather, to join the Russian Federation. It was obviously, as you all know, assumed that would probably happen because the old president left, but still, it's a sign that there is less support for Moscow, and that is because of the Ukraine war. So, Russia will continue to back separatist regions as a means of having a stable tool to destabilize their neighbors. Current approaches to control this are outdated and do not use modern technologies or science to combat these threats. Enclaves, exclaves, autonomous territories, and breakaway regions all provide serious security threats for a country. Nations must be careful to assure that their approach of quelling potential problems not only exists, but is effective. So that's the whole thing, is how do you test effectiveness? I mean, we talk about trying to prevent these breakaway regions, but how do you test if it's effectiveness? And sadly, I think that's a huge bridge between how national governments function and how universities function, and where they should function together and they do not, is the sociology of these movements. How is it that we identify those movements, and how do we test to see if we are effectively reaching the citizens there to prevent them from doing things that are against the national stability or national interest? The poverty often found in breakaway regions is something that countries must use to turn the populations away from violence or independence. As a general plan of how territories would seek independence was created during the Soviet period, it's no longer up to date. And the current inhabitants, which gives it an advantage over Russia. It is true. I mean, many of the people who look, Transnistria again, I cite just because you are all in Moldova. What was the narrative in 1991 is not the same narrative as today. What somebody understands Transnistria as in 1991 is not the same thing that a 20-year-old in Transnistria today would understand Transnistria to be. It's changed, and Russia has not been successful in maintaining that, where the common population understands the narrative in many of these places. And so that's why they find proxy representatives for their messages. It is important to continue to monitor these breakaway zones for potential risk to avoid destabilizing events. And I think I'm out of time. Yes, I'm out of time. That's all for me. Okay, is there any questions?
I might question. Okay, I have to ask. You have to give me a mic. Or no, please come here. But my question is actually related to a little bit. It's okay.
Yeah.
So actually, I am coming from the natural sciences and engineering field, and I try to push my students to apply computer modeling in different fields, including in social sciences. Actually, I very high appreciate the presentation, including this computer model, which were used to prove some hypotheses and some ideas with it today. So we have in our conference with experts in this field too. For example, Professor computer science and computer modeling. That's why I would like to ask just a brief question. What kind of computer model have you used to make a simulation of this process? And you showed us briefly during your presentation. But very short answer. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for the invitation. In this case, it wasn't a model. We actually did the experiment. We tested it on the people in Cuba and the people in Belarus. We distributed to them wide scale, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this, distribution of information as to what was going on in the country in order to see if people, based upon their personal preferences, we were able to persuade them to take actions. So somebody in a population, for instance, that's an unemployed father who's 23 years old or 26 years old, who is probably most interested in being able to figure out how to support his family. Whereas a teacher might be more interested in teacher salaries. Whereas somebody who is wealthy might be more interested in taxes. So what you do is for every one of those different parts, segments of the population, you have specific messaging you use for them in order to persuade them that the protest that they're attending or the activity that they're participating in is in the interest of their own cause. That is, the rich person or the retired person believes it's about their taxes or their pension. The poor person who has no job might think it's about jobs. The teacher believes it's about teacher salary. But the idea is that you encourage them each to begin taking active parts of the movement to support a breakaway region or support revolutionary activity as a means of creating larger destabilization within the population.
Thank you, Jason. That concludes our opening session. Oh, I'm sorry.
Question,
No,
sorry.
question.
Maximus Fellows, bring a technical university, Latvia. So, you mentioned the study about Cuba and Belarus. I know the focus this year is more Moldova, but since I'm in Baltics, and we also have the border with the Russia, and there's this big concern. I would like to ask, maybe can you elaborate a bit how the questions you study in Cuba and Belarus, how they could be elaborated to the case of Baltic states, maybe, and if there are some specific considerations that or suggestions for the Baltic states also from your perspective. Thank you.
Most certainly. Actually, I think the Baltic states would be a very good example of this. Is that, I mean, and it's something interesting is I haven't looked as much at Latvia, but I looked more at Lithuania, but I think it probably holds true as well demographically, is that there is a large ethnic Russian population, which has a very strong, unusually strong tie to Russia, though that they're citizens, actually Latvia, I guess not, they're in the case of Lithuania, they are citizens, or they've been living there their whole lives, yet they feel more identified. It says you've been muted. I don't know why it's muted, but it was not the Russians, I assume. What I was going to say is that I think that there is this large demographic that you could target specifically, because really it's only some of the people who would support in Latvia a pro-Russian government. It would not be everybody in the population. Most average Latvians in a village would not support this, who only know Latvian language and don't know English or Russian. But rather the young ethnic Russians who have some sort of identity to that, because especially them who cannot find a job is made their Lithuanian or Latvian is not as good as it should be. These are the ones, exactly the ones, who are most likely to support a breakaway sort of movement. And they're the ones who are most likely to be manipulated by the Russian government in order to support this movement. So how is it you could micro-target them on a direct level where they do not feel excited by the prospect of this pro-Russian movement, but rather they want to reject it? Because ultimately they are the ones in the population who you have to work with, not everybody in the population, specifically those people in the population. I hope that answered the question. Might not have, but I tried.
Thank you very much, Jason.
Sure.
So, dear friends, dear colleagues, now we have, thank you very much, all of our speakers and the guests. Now we have a 45 minutes break. The coffee is waiting for us in the outside room. And after 45 minutes, please come back and we will have the next presentation in this room. So 45 minutes coffee break now. Thank you very much. Let's continue.
Area is polar cycle, and to Moldova, it's about 5 1,000 kilometers, I think. And it's a great pleasure for me be with you. I prefer normally presentation face to face, but we have planned this being here 6 months ago. And I go back to my presentation, and I tried say to you my experience from area critical infrastructure protection. As was mentioned, I am professor at the University of Žilina. Actually, I am working in Faculty of Security Engineering. 10 years ago, we started with a study program, protection of critical infrastructure. And in these days, we have state examination, and my colleague Lucia Figuli, which will be presented in the afternoon, actually is at this commission. When I go next slide, yeah. Firstly, I put here some abbreviation which I'll use during my presentation. I firstly put here the term third sector. It's non-governmental, non-profit, values-driven sector, which is a participant in a democratic country on all processes in society. Next one, critical infrastructure, critical protection of critical infrastructure, European critical infrastructure, resilience of critical infrastructure. The content of my presentation is divided to 5 points, from introduction across the history of critical infrastructure, protection of critical infrastructure milestones, research and educational frame of critical infrastructure protection and critical infrastructure resilience, and some conclusion. The first part is in introduction. I'm very glad that I have secondly in my life possibility to participate on advanced training course of NATO, and I am very glad that this activity NATO supported, and I'll be very glad also in future if I have possibility to be with you in another place of the world. The aim of my presentation is give some my experiences, some my ideas from 12 or 14 years experiences in the field of critical infrastructure protection and critical infrastructure resilience. I think so actually is great social significance of critical infrastructure protection and critical infrastructure resilience, because all European countries make steps to better resilience society. I want to say something about the complex view of critical infrastructure theory from academia point of view, across public administration point of view, private company point of view, and third sector. History of critical infrastructure is very long. Hundreds of years ago, we used that some object, some infrastructure object are more important for existing of society, and therefore all militaries has interested for creating better and resilience objects of infrastructure. In frame of NATO, military interest point of view from each countries, we discuss about objects of special importance which are secret or top secret, and therefore we didn't discuss about it. From the state interest point of view, these are objects of critical infrastructure. In some country are secret, in some country non-secret. I think so exists also a private view, and this is private companies also has interest about some sensitive or know-how object which are in all parts of our countries. Very specific point of view for this critical infrastructure is personal view. From GDPR across the private property, and today before we discuss in this my family about family point of view for critical infrastructure. What is in our home, in our house, the critical? And the first idea from my daughter-in-law, it was that is a machine for coffee. But we discussed about it, and we discussed that it's mainly electricity, mainly water, and others services which we use every day as normal parts of our life. The protection of critical infrastructure has some milestones. These terms was started used from attack to New York Twins from 11 September of 2001. And at this first time, we discuss about terms defense and protection of critical infrastructure. At this time, we are thinking about possibility how we can better defend and protect all interesting or key objects in our countries, in our towns, in our life. I use the first picture, the US frame for critical infrastructure, where is 14 parts of essential critical infrastructure workers from communication across critical manufacturing, dams, energy, and the others. I won't say that every country in the world has a little bit different view for critical infrastructure sectors, as we now use this term, sectors of critical infrastructure. E.g., in Slovakia, we used 10 different sectors of critical infrastructure. But in frame of European Union, when we started to discuss about European critical infrastructure, we defined 9 sectors, and every country has a little bit different point of view for this topic. Next one, what was starting during this process from 2001, next 2005, 2007, it was defined the good strategy for critical infrastructure protection. And the first one part is, of course, this identification of critical infrastructure. Therefore, we used also in Slovakia, also in frame of European Union, the term as sector or sector criteria, which are divided by the sectors as transport criteria, energy criteria, ICT criteria, and multi-criteria, which are used for every sector in this country. E.g., in Slovakia, this multi-criteria is oriented for demand for from GDP for attack of thousands people, which can be that or some another health problem, and this from country to country a little bit different system. The first one is identification of critical infrastructure objects. The second one is cross-sectoral analysis of dependencies, because for example, when we discuss about dependencies of electricity, we find many others infrastructures without electricity has no activity. Therefore, we in frame of our project prepare some methodology, some new documents for better function of these dependencies in frame of our country. We also discuss about the vulnerability and risk analysis for all object, and after that, when we find the vulnerability, we prepare resilience planning is here, which can bring higher level of resilience for this specific objects, which can prepare for many other attacks. And this strategy continues to response and recovery phase, where we try to prepare the quick response for all attack, and we find journey for good recovery of these systems to the original state or for a high level state. When we discuss about critical infrastructure, we also use the term protection processes. Here is one picture from this source, where we can see the physical, human, and cyber parts of these protection processes. It's also from identify critical infrastructures, identify accesses and vulnerabilities from the point of view physical, human, and cyber. Normalize, analyze, and prioritize these attacks, and preparing some implement protective programs on some plans, and during implementation of these plans, of these programs, we can measure the effectiveness of these measurements. This one good protection process of critical infrastructure picture, when we can use during our project. At the start of these problematics, we very often use the Carver methodology, which was born in US Army, and it was in next time used many times in critical infrastructure protection in some papers, in some books, in some theses. And Carver methodology, I think, is very good for using till nowadays. It's from point of view criticality, accessibility, recoverability, vulnerability, effects, and recognizing the statute. During my cooperation with our partner in Czech Republic, we prepare one methodology which has abbreviation Sierra, And I say several words about these projects because I hope that tomorrow will present this project that with more detail our colleague from Czech Republic, Martin Hromada. And at this moment, I go for sorry, coming to good place here or better here. And nowadays, once more. This is a very specific information system of Czech Republic Technology Agency, and here is all outputs from this resilience 2015 dynamic resilience evaluation of interrelated critical infrastructure subsystems. And here is basic information about these projects. Here is some participants from this for this project solution, and here is 112 results, mainly scientific papers, some books, or some others projects. Similar projects are describing here. I'm very glad that I have many years cooperation to Czech Republic, because as you see here, in Czech Republic is many good faculties and departments in Brno, in Zlín, in Ostrava, in Prague, in Liberec, where are teams, where exist teams of our colleagues which prepare very interesting project in frame of security research of Czech Republic. It's very specific research agency in the frame of Ministry of Interior, which every year give foundation and good money for solving similar projects as this project dynamic resilience evaluation of interrelated critical infrastructure subsystems. I think so. Martin Hromada tomorrow will say more information about it. And therefore, I go back to my presentation, and from this point of view, I will continue. Okay. Yeah. Next one, next point 3.2. When we discuss in a European frame about critical infrastructure protection, from 2003 till 2007 was preparing EU directive, which was from 8 December 2008 as the directive on identification and designation of European critical infrastructure and the assessment of need to improve their protection. It was fair all European document which has continuity till nowadays, and I think so this document was very good start for cooperation in this field of critical infrastructure. In a different country, we used different approach to solving of critical infrastructure. As I have possibility to read something interesting, I saw that also in Moldova you have some critical infrastructure protection as new political priority. As e.g. in Italy, actually is very good document, the Italian cybersecurity action plan, which very closely goes to critical infrastructure protection and critical infrastructure resilience. E.g. in Poland, critical infrastructure the act from the 26th April from 2007 on crisis management and critical infrastructure protection. And in Slovakia, we have a special act 45 from the 8th February 2011 on critical infrastructure. In frame of this act, we did all our activity across all our 10 sectors, and we are very glad that we have possibility be in a cooperation with Ministry of Interior during the preparing this act. And after 2015, we every year participate for changing of this original act. And actually, this act has about 5 new version, and actually it's very good and very actual, because the term critical infrastructure in nowadays world is very actual. From 2015 till 2018 was started a great discussion in frame of European countries about revision of Directive 2008 114, and the result of this revision was preparing new proposal directive for European Parliament and the Council on resilience of critical entities. This document was published in 16th December 2020, and from this time is in European Parliament and Council discussion about content of this document, and we hope that it will be a new directive official document oriented for resilience of critical entities. And from my point of view, it's very important that we prepare a new document for next 10 or 20 years, which will be used in all European countries. Of course, NATO has a very specific approach in this area, critical infrastructure protection, and in Article 3 of NATO agreement is used the term resilience. And in this part, this is citation from this article, each NATO member country needs to resilient and resist and recover and so on. It's a very important part from my point of view, because military forces want cooperation with civilian institutions, civilian companies for preparing more more resilient society for all types of threats, mainly for hybrid threats. As main part of this article is oriented for, firstly, vulnerabilities and changing security environment, and strengthening resilience, a second one, and strengthening civilian military cooperation. And I am very glad that we have possibility to cooperate of several similar projects where we cooperate on our military colleagues and our ministries for preparing some good ideas for some good methodology for better preparing society. I think so. In this part, we can make some small conclusion. I think so. Actually, we can discuss about 20 years come out common treaty interest. And I am very glad that we have deep international cooperation in frame of NATO and also in frame of European Union, and also, of course, in frame of bilateral agreement. Very nice examples are in Central Europe, in our country, with cooperation in Poland, in Czech Republic, in Hungary. Last 10 years, we have very close cooperation in this Visegrad states, Poland, Czech Republic, Hungary, and Slovakia. And I am very glad that I have possibility to meet very interesting people from Budapest, from Prague, from Ostrava, from Katowice, from Warsaw, and the other. It's a very good way for better preparing of society. And next part of this particular conclusion is oriented for cooperation among government, private, academic, and third sector. Private, academic, and third sector. In our country, in Slovakia, we have very short experience with cooperation with third sector. We have a very good cooperation between government and academics, very good cooperation between private and academic, but we have at start phase in cooperation among government, private, academic, and third sector. And I think so in traditional democratic country as e.g. Norway, where I am at this moment, this cooperation between this fourth part, government, private, academic, and third sector, is very close and very good for solving all the part of society. The future of required dealing is great challenges unknown today. I am teacher at university with 30 years experiences, and I know that when we discuss about future possible threats, we 5 years ago didn't mention about pandemia as was pandemia COVID-19. We didn't mention about the war as is nowadays at east part of Ukraine. And therefore we need prepare for all these part of challenges which will be in future. Next one, the fourth part of my presentation is oriented for research and educational frame of this part. And the first part is oriented for Web of Science and Scopus databases. I have no possibility here in Norway to choose some interesting publication from these databases, but in frame of one similar project, we found thousand papers, scientific papers, which was oriented for critical infrastructure protection, resilience, and other topics. I think so. It's a very interesting topic, and last 10 years we have many interesting ideas, many experiences from this publication. The second part of research is a real research project. I use very often Cordis database, where is the list of European supported projects, and as similar my experience, real experience, I won't present for 2 minutes project RAIN, where we participate during 2013, 2016, and this project has a live web page, which is on this part. The consortium of this project was very interesting. The main partner and leader of this project was Trinity College Dublin. Oh, here is Trinity College Dublin. Second one, it was Free University of Berlin. The next one was Technical University Delft. And the fourth university was University of Žilina. And we have very good industrial partners as Dragados, Roth, Juriscom, AHME, PSI, ISIC, DGD, Hallenberg, and it was very interesting, very multidisciplinarity approach for solving these topics, which are described in this part. Firstly, it was system for vulnerability and hazard identification. Next one was oriented for transport infrastructure, transport vulnerability. And third part was oriented for energy telecom vulnerability. We cooperate of this project very successfully, and perfect is that here in this part deliverables we can find all our documents which we prepared during solving this project, where is about 30 documents, every from 20 till 100 pages, and all our parts is detailedly writing in this document. E.g., we prepare, for example, this deliverability 3.4 methodology for measuring society vulnerability to failure of critical land infrastructure, and as we can see here, somewhere it has 94 pages, and all the document has the same structure, the same format, and our team is here describing, and we did it during the 2015 and 2016. I think so. This project, RAIN, was very interesting for us, for our faculty, for our know-how in Slovakia, and we were very glad that we cooperated very closely with this partner in this RAIN project. I'm going back to my presentation. And from the point of view of research, I won't go to part of education. I'm very glad that we have in our faculty a study program of all three levels: bachelor, magisterial, and doctoral level. Actually, as I mentioned, we have a state examination, and I am very glad that we have possibility to offer some ideas to different long life education programs, and also we prepare for our ministries and our companies special educational courses which can be used for in Slovak language in our frame of Slovakia. Here is my conclusion. I think so. Research and scientific activity as a catalyst of future societal resilience and protection is very, very important. And therefore, I think so. Every country have to duty support the scientific and research workers, university of academias during the solving the practical problems and also the finding new gaps or new ideas in this field. And next one, the need we need the for mutual global cooperation in managing global crisis phenomena, because without global cooperation, we are not ready to solve all today's problems which the life on this our earth bring. At the end of my presentation, I put some other sources, and at this moment, I want to say thank you for your attention. And if will be some question, I'll be very glad. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So, dear colleagues, any questions, please? So,
Thank you very much.
no question.
Okay, thank you. Good luck. See you. Bye bye.
Stimați colegi, acum avem pauză de cafea. Prânzul, scuzați, pauză de cafea a fost. Avem prânzul, care durează de la orele 12, să fim așa mai exact, 12:30, exact 12:33, 12:30 până la 13:45. Deci, la fel, Moldova alăturată, deci totul este organizat. Timp este mult, dar vă rog, folosiți timpul ăsta util. Putem și în sala asta să mai lucrăm la calculator, dar vă rog, după prânz revenim toți și continuăm, fiindcă avem prezentări care vor fi făcute de către invitații noștri care sunt prezenți în sală. Deci, după prânz, este prezentarea profesorului Da Ponte aici în sală. De asemenea, vreau să vă atenționez în program. Deci, este prezentarea domnului profesor Restas Auguston, care este prezent în sală. Și vom fi, deci, foarte o situație interactivă de a comunica cu asociații noștri și de a face, să spunem așa, un dialog la care noi am visat, de fapt, câte perioade? În 2020, când am intrat în perioada de pandemie, știți, acum chiar vreau să uit perioada asta de 2 ani, când am lucrat online și acum avem așa o stare frumoasă de a interacționa și a discuta cu colegii noștri. I just mentioned that we have now not coffee break, but a lunch. The lunch will last from 12:30 till 1:45 p.m. And after lunch, we have another 4 presentations, including 2 presentations from our guests, from our colleagues, which are on site here with us. I mentioned Professor Pasquale Da Ponte and Professor Augustin Ristas. So we hope to have an interactive discussion and as well as in the morning time, good interaction between us till the end of the day. So take your time, have a nice lunch now, and come back at 1:45 p.m. Thank you very much. Hola. or answer question in Romanian. It's okay?
Okay.
Presentation in English, but the questions in Romanian.
Yes.
Okay.
That's good. Da. Sunt sigură că sunteți aveți un foarte good time acolo. Și profesor Da Ponte este extraordinar. Da. Yeah. Pascale, have you understood what I said? That Professor Da Ponte is an extraordinary person. Este cald, este foarte cald, nu? Nu vă mai aud.
Se aude acum?
Da.
Me auziți?
Da,
Da,
acum
este cald, dar știți că dimineața era mai răcoare, acum s-a înfierbântat puțin atmosfera și am inclus condiționerul. Așa că menținem temperatura de 25 de grade aici,
E
în
bine.
sală.
Da, grozav.
Într-adevăr, e cald, e bine, deci intrăm deja în perioada estivală.
Am
Dar
înțeles.
e cam umed. Umiditatea e prea mare, deci e și un pic e disconfort pentru la percepție.
Am înțeles. Dar nu știam că este umed la dumneavoastră. Credeam că e mai uscat. Eu sunt din sud, din Craiova de origine. Și la noi acolo e foarte cald, dar uscat. Da.
Seama interesul session. Just study.
You in person, ar fi fost o mare onoare și plăcere să fiu cu dumneavoastră acolo astăzi, but I hope that there will be other occasions for me to join you and meet you in person. Sper că vor fi alte ocazii ca să vă vizitez și să putem schimba idei tehnice și asta ar fi extraordinar să avem o altă oportunitate. O să prezint în limba engleză, deoarece termenii sunt un pic mai dificili în limba română. So I'll start my presentation and I'll present in English because of the terminology. So my today's talk is entitled Blind Signal Identification for Intelligent Radios, Classical Approaches and New Trends. Well, I will start by showing the research that we are doing here at Memorial University on wireless and optical communications, specifically on intelligent radios and blind signal identification. And I will just give a glimpse of some of the techniques to identify the signals. And then I'll conclude the talk and I'll present some ideas for future work. First of all, where I am situated, see here the red spot, and I'm not sure if you can see the mouse, but it's really, this point is like 5 hours flight from UK, from London, UK, and actually 8 hours to the west coast of Canada, which is Vancouver. So here you see some photos during this time in the city. And actually this tower, it's an IEEE milestone, is the Marconi Tower, where the first transatlantic wireless communication transmission took place. Our lab does research on wireless communications and especially technologies for beyond 5G now. We also investigated technologies for 5G, such as non-orthogonal multiple access, intelligent reflective surfaces, integrated sensing and communications, and certainly machine learning for communications and networking. We have been doing research on signal identification for many years. Actually, I was in the United States working with the defense for some years, and then when I came to Canada and joined academia, I continued to collaborate with the defense laboratories in Canada and also with companies working on defense problems. I branch into optical communications as well, and we have a lab. We do signal processing to communicate at very high speeds at long distances. Because we are situated here close to the Atlantic, actually from my window, I can see the ocean. Certainly that we do some underwater communications as well. And, you know, the signal identification underwater has become one of the main issues dealing with, you know, for military. My research has been funded by numerous federal, provincial, and regional funding agencies and industry, and my group consists of around 20 people. Now, going to the intelligent radios, as I mentioned, my group has been doing research with the Defense Laboratory and some defense companies for many years. So we are looking at what signals are in the air, but also what is the location of the radio. Well, the part of the location has been done in collaboration with other groups, but we look more at the identification of the signals. For example, with Industry Canada, we did that for spectrum monitoring and surveillance, saying, are these signals supposed to exist? Are the regulations respected? But for military communications, certainly we are looking if the signals are friendly or foe, and then what measures to take. And this is not only for the terrestrial, but aerial. And this, I mean, the workshop, I understand that is focused more on aerial, UAVs, but I'll talk in general. I won't go specifically to drones, but also underwater, as I said, it becomes a problem with AV. Okay. I hear my echo, but that's fine. So underwater, it becomes really an issue. And actually, nowadays, in terms of jammers, this can have even full duplex capabilities. Well, sensing and jamming, but sensing rather than noise, sensing with signals which are detected, and this can be done in different frequency bands at different times. Although full duplex means really in the same time at the same frequency, right? But there can be different ways of handling that. But this signal identification, besides the military application, it finds application now in optical networks, because the grid or the spectrum used to be fixed here. They had lots of bandwidth, but not anymore with the increase in traffic. And, instead of using this fixed grid, depending on the distance, depending on the speed, maybe, a lower modulation or a higher modulation format can be used, and then some spectrum can be saved. But is needed to have an adaptive, flexible network and flexible schemes at the physical layer, and then some parameters can be estimated, like modulation format and the coding scheme, and do the detection. Each radio in this case is not only about like a commercial radio. When we have we know the information, we know the pilots, we synchronize in frequency, we synchronize in time, and then we detect the signal, we recover the information. But we really need here to detect the presence of the signal, maybe do some signal pre-processing, identify the signal, and then do other functions. In terms of signal identification, it can be antenna enumeration, identification of the transmission scheme, modulation format. Sometimes we even need to identify a standard signal, and this can be also used for spectrum monitoring, but also for military communications. I'm not going to go really into the application. We have a contract with a company related to that. So when we actually identify the signals, we look at a large bandwidth, and certainly that the radio should be able to scan a large bandwidth, and especially now that we have also the 5G, which goes to millimeter wave. If you think about 6G in 10 years, the idea is to go even to the terahertz bandwidth. So certainly we need to look at this large bandwidth, but it's certainly application dependent. These algorithms should sense different types, again, application dependent, but certainly that they need to have high identification performance in low signal to noise ratio, also in interference. If we have interference and short observation interval, we cannot afford to process a lot of data. We might not even have a lot of data. And as I mentioned before, there can be some pre-processing, but if the method itself requires many tasks of pre-processing, well, that would be really not a good idea, right? So we should have such techniques which are robust to, even if we have timing offset, or maybe we don't do, timing synchronization at this stage, we can do it later on, because in order to detect the information, to obtain the information from the signal, we will need to do synchronization. And clearly, complexity, it's always an issue. So in terms of approaches, two main classical approaches are maximum likelihood based and feature based. And well, these are some, let's say, more or less ugly formulas, but I can tell you what the point is here. So if we have a signal and if we don't know the parameters of the signal, so we are in a non-cooperative environment where, again, we don't know the pilots, we don't know, right? So we have many unknown parameters, and all these unknown parameters, amplitude, phase, you know, and so on, pulse shape. So we need to deal in a way with them. So basically, if we follow the maximum likelihood approach, ML is maximum likelihood, not machine learning, by the way. So then we write a likelihood function, and under the assumption that the noise Gaussian, which is not always Gaussian, and then we need to do something about these unknowns. So what we do, we can average over them, we can find estimates, we can do a hybrid average or find estimates. And why this method? Because basically it would give us an optimal solution. So if we have different signal types, we have different hypotheses. Under each hypothesis, we will calculate the likelihood function, and we select that hypothesis under which the likelihood function is maximum. But if we look only at a simple example, when we have amplitude and phase unknowns, if you see here, and we consider a certain model for the fading, even, so different type of fading can happen, but we assume just a model, we end up with difficult expression, which depends also on the parameters of the fading. And the complexity, it's pretty high. For example, for single carrier, we have signals, we have the constellation, the modulation order to the power of the number of process symbols, so pretty high. But this gives us a benchmark when we know all these parameters, but the modulation format, so the first one here. If we look at a hybrid approach, again, under the same conditions, we end up with a correlation between the received sequence and the all potential transmitted sequences, and again the complexity is pretty high, so not a good solution really, this maximum likelihood approach, but again it gives us a benchmark. In terms of feature-based approach, you know, what features can we extract? I mean, we need to decide beforehand on the features based on the signal that we are looking at, and we need to decide on a criterion to make the decision in terms of identifying the signal type. So these features can be amplitude, phase, frequency, statistics, signal statistics, cyclic statistics, spectrogram, if you look at time domain, different transforms, and so on. Now, when you make the decision, you can use a classical a criterion of decision, like a distance between the some feature which we calculate at the receive side and something that we know, or for example, a correlation between that and something that we know, or based on the probability density function of that feature, we can establish a criterion like, is this something or nothing, right? So it's like a binary testing problem. But machine learning based algorithm can be certainly used here, and even before all this hype of machine learning based algorithm, we used machine learning for signal identification. In the most recent years, we've seen so much literature, and you know, rightfully so, because of the increase in the computing capabilities, the GPUs and all that. But you can choose to train, for example, to use supervised learning and to train, you know, one of these models like neural networks. Now you can have different neural networks, as we know. We can have feed-forward neural networks, or if you look at the image, you can have a convolutional neural network. For example, if you look at power spectral density and you do detection, you can even transform that into an image and use convolutional neural network for detection, or you can take it as is and, you know, maybe by training with the power spectral density use a neural network, or support vector machines, or, you know, different other models. So here I just, as I said, I just give a glimpse on features. I mean, we've done so much work, and I will just mention some cyclostationarity based features. What are those? So there are some statistics, but this any man-made signal, any signal has an underlying periodicity. Like think about a simple BPSK, it has the symbol period, right? And the symbol period, it's always there. So that's an underlying periodicity. If we transmit in a block, like a simple block like Alamuti, 2x2 antennas, it has a periodicity there and we can extract based on that. If you have an LTE signal or a 5G signal, we have a frame and that duration of the frame is known. And the position of the reference signals of the pilots is also known. So we can, and that comes periodically, so we can extract it. So we can do not only signal detection and identification, but parameter estimation as well. It gives us some supplementary information due to that periodicity, and I'll show you how. It can be used to identify a large number of signals because each of them will have, or all those signals which exhibit kind of a different type of periodicity. And they can be robust to model mismatches. I mean, I don't need to have, perfect timing or frequency synchronization. Again, some formulas, but anyhow, so the statistics, again, they don't depend only on the delay, but they depend on time. These are cumulants. And because of this periodicity, that induces the periodicity, in the statistic, and then you write them as a Fourier series, and the coefficients are called cyclic statistics because there is a periodicity, a cyclic, right? And this beta here is related to that periodic behavior in time domain, and it's called cyclic statistic. So we use these statistics, but you can use them also in frequency domain, right? Instead of looking at frequency time, like a transformation, you can actually use the underlying periodicity and transform it into the cycle frequency domain. We investigated cyclostationarity for so many signals. We look at first order. When you go to statistics, you want lowest order because in order to estimate, you need a short number of symbols or a short observation time. And certainly some of them exhibit first order cyclostationarity, so periodicity in the first order statistic, but most of them exhibit second order, and some of them actually we need to go to higher order. And here there are just some examples, like for 2FSK, we can see 2 peaks. Well, these are shifted with the carrier frequency offset. For 8FSK, we see 8 peaks, but the amplitude is also lower. And you can see here that those results are shown at high SNR and long observation time. But if we don't have such conditions, those peaks will be a little bit messy, and they can even go here, can be lost here at the noise level, right? So here, this is AM with the DC component, basically. And if you look here at BPSK, well, the value is very low, right? These are not statistically significant, so are here at this level. So again, if we have low SNR and short observation interval, especially for higher order modulations, those can be buried in the noise. Okay, so if we look at now the second order, and this is like BPSK, QPSK, as I mentioned to you, we have a periodicity coming from the symbol period, and this is why you can see here 1 over T minus 1 over T. And see, this is kind of the delay over that period. But what happens, in order to get this behavior, you need to oversample. So there is always a price that we pay, and that's oversampling the signal. So if you can afford oversampling the signal, you can get this behavior. But if you take kind of 1 sample per symbol, if you don't do oversampling, you won't see this behavior. If we look at OFDM, which is the current standard in, even in 5G, they use OFDM. Now, because of the periodicity of useful symbol duration, we have these peaks here in the cycle frequency domain. And where exactly? Well, again, because this is periodic in delay domain, right? You have the cyclic prefix, actually. We have this delay related to the cyclic prefix. And then in uplink, for example, if we use single carrier frequency division multiple access, these have a behavior similar to FDM, but also similar to single carrier. And this is just the noise. Now, here I show the 4G signals, but it's the same for 5G signals. In fact, the 5G frame duration is still 10 milliseconds. They have actually a different, they call it numerology, different subcarrier spacing, because they need in 5G to address low latency cases and all that. So instead of having only 15 kilohertz carrier frequency spacing, they have 30, 60, 120, 240. So different cases, different numerology. But actually the structure, if you look at the structures, there is still periodicity, like these blue squares, there is still periodicity of the pilots. It's still OFDM, only the numbers are different. And in terms of standard signals, we do know those numbers. Just a little bit of, to show you for 4G here, this is an OFDM signal. So as for any OFDM signal, we have the periodicity coming from the useful symbol duration. So basically what I showed here, all this is just, a view and one section, which show these peaks. These are really those peaks. And another case of peaks is that frame duration, which actually repeats every 1 millisecond. We again have some peaks, but there are many other peaks coming again from the reference signals and so on. Now, the question is, are we going to use the repetition of the frame, which is, think about that in order to estimate them. If you have 10 milliseconds, so you need a longer observation interval. So you'll choose all those features, which actually you can estimate them much faster in a short observation interval. So you need to consider how you choose those features. Now, let's look at some simple example when we have some special multiplexing. So in terms of space-time block code, so we have special multiplexing, and we have only 2 antennas, so we just transmit the signals, right? This is at one shot, one time. If we have Alamuti and we transmit at this time 2 symbols, and next time we transmit, the symbols, but in a different way, you can realize that there is a correlation actually in time. Once we receive it at an antenna, there will be correlation also between the signal at the different antennas because, of this correlation, and we can extract those features. So here the correlation will appear at plus minus t, right, delay, but there will be a spatial correlation as well. So if we look at another space-time block code, 3 transmit antennas and correlation over 4 time slots. So we'll have in time plus minus t, plus minus 2t, and 3t. And here 4 transmit antennas and a correlation on 8 time slots. So if we look only at spatial multiplexing, there is no correlation basically. Those that appear here are just the noise, right? We estimate based on a certain interval, and certainly that is not 0, right? There is something. But if we look at Alamuti, we have that plus minus t, around the correlation, and then the beta here, it's plus minus 1 over 2t, because that block has 2 symbols, period. So it repeats, that structure repeats over 2 symbols. So we can choose not this entire picture because it will be, very complex, but we can select, some of these peaks. And even if we don't know the exact location, we can do a little bit of search. So for the third case that I showed you, these are the delays, and the structure repeats every 4T. So then we'll have that peaks at multiple integers of 1/4T. And for the fourth block, again, we have these delays, as I mentioned, but that block repeats 8T. So then this is what we have in terms of cycle frequency. And you can see that these signals have different features. So we can consider like, okay, the last scheme versus all the others because it has cycle frequencies 1/8T. Then the third block versus the other two because we have the 1/4T. And then the last two, Alamuti versus special multiplexing, I can choose 0 or 1/T. I mean, it's always a trade-off of how many features you use or what features you use versus what the complexity is and what the performance is. So even if we have, 10 features, we might not select all 10 features because we can do well with 1 or 2, and then the complexity decreases. Some results that I'm going to show are obtained with a simple test. We select a threshold. We have a statistic for all these peaks, and we select a threshold based on a probability of false alarm. And we say, if the peak that I estimate exceeds the threshold, then, it is a significant peak. Yeah, otherwise it's just noise. So I discard it. Okay, so I can also, if I look at more peaks, I can design a criterion to say, oh, okay, at least one of these peaks is significant, and then I can make the decision that indeed that's the signal. This is the setup here, those 4 schemes, and then some transmission parameters that you are very familiar with. But see, the oversampling factor is 8, a little bit more than 8. I don't have synchronization, but I just sample, and I have imperfections like phase. I don't compensate for it, carrier frequency offset, timing offset. And let's see what's going on here. Here I have an average probability of correct classification versus signal to noise ratio. And the best result is when I have only 2 schemes, which is normal. And then when I add all 4, it's a little bit worse. But you can see that still I can discriminate between them at 6 dB. And maybe I need more SNR to do a good detection. So from the identification perspective, we are fine. And here I only show the spatial multiplexing versus Alamuti. And when I change the number of symbols that I process, and certainly for spatial multiplexing, if I set the threshold well, that dose is just noise, so it doesn't matter. But it matters for Alamuti because if I have more symbols, I can do better. But can I afford that? That's the question. Here, I continue to show the spatial multiplexing versus Alamuti. And you can see here that in case of Alamuti, we change the channel. It's pedestrian A, vehicular A. Is relatively fine. But also this channel A is not so bad. If the channel becomes bad, like here you have the Doppler frequency, you can see that at certain point the performance of Alamuti drops because those peaks smear out, and if I have a high phase noise, again, that's not good. So it's as much as we can do, but maybe we can do better if we train with a neural network, depending on the neural network. So we haven't tried that, otherwise we should do all the work related to supervised learning, redo the work. And at the time we did this work, the people, the contract that we had, they didn't really want, machine learning, but now things have changed. I show you some recent work that we did with a company, Alan Vanguard, in Ottawa, and they acquired data in Canada on 3 sites. And here, actually, the point is different. We wanted to identify LTE signals and UMTS and GSM signals. So here we use a neural network. It's easy feed-forward neural network. We collected, again, data from different sites. We look at different sites, because the data was acquired with a different equipment, that's the point. And we wanted to see if we use all this data and train, what is the performance? Or if we use the data acquired with a certain equipment, what's the performance? So here it's specific for each site. Here we put the data all together. So this is the frequency range that they acquired signal from. And some data, some results, accuracy percentage-wise, and in the distributed case, you can see here GSM in pink and LTE in green. Well, what we use here, we used actually some images. We did some signal processing we acquired the power spectral density, and then we trained the neural network. And here it's UMTS, but centralized C, because we didn't, or they didn't acquire data with the same equipment, we don't do so well. And here is the false alarm. And again, when we, for UMTS, it's a little bit high, but actually when we combine the data acquired with different equipment, this is pretty bad. So we really need to be careful what data we are using. We have submitted all details of this paper to the team, to the transaction on instrumentation and measurement. Actually, we have some patents that we filed with this company. So just conclusions. To identify signal, if you identify standard signals, is not so bad, because the frequency ranges, their typical bandwidth, the pilots and so on. So you can do clearly fine. And even if you use supervised learning, which certainly it's a powerful tool, well, you need to be careful about what data, how you process the data, how you pre-process the data. But this can be a very useful tool. And again, if you select the features well, the tool might not be, machine learning might not be even so complex. The model might not be complex. Furthermore, which I haven't shown here, but we are doing some work on that, we can use a machine learning model to actually get the features. The output are the features. And this will simplify the problem. In terms of signal cyclostationarity, this is a good tool. There can be a little bit complex, even, especially if we go to higher orders, but still a good tool. Maybe if we use also machine learning, a simple model, somehow to have that at the output, that would be really, I think, some advancement. We look at the identification of new standard signals, do measurements for the 5G new radio. Certainly with the company, we are interested in the identification of the drones based on the RF signal, but also eventually noise. But also identification of underwater systems, or if you want signals and also noises can be of interest. Well, this noise or identification of noise underwater is not only important from the perspective of military, but we know that for example, here we have in Atlantic Ocean, we have different species, and they communicate in the acoustic frequencies, and the transmission that we do underwater, it's mainly in acoustic, and also the noise, the shipping noise and everything, right, in acoustic. So at a certain point, it can be also a danger to these species. So so for different reasons, we can look into that. Okay, so our work, I mean, we've done a lot of work in this area, looking at different signals like analog and digital, transmitted with single antennas, multiple antennas, standard signal, all types of standard signal, using different methods. Cyclostationarity, it's only one of them. Using for decision support vector machines, neural networks. Also, you use the random matrix theory. So you name it. I mean, the Kolmogorov-Smirnov test. So lots of work that we've done, you know, starting many years ago. We also have some well, surveys and if you are interested in our work, I'm very happy to provide details. Well, thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate the invitation and the time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. And I'm looking to our governance room and see the basis of our attendees. And I think Professor Vislav Perov has many questions because he's the expert in this field. Please.
Can I speak from here?
Please.
Okay. So for the first, I would like to thank very much.
Sorry. Be seen from Clavia. It's better to come here because the video camera does not work.
Possible to turn?
Let's try. I think it's possible.
Still like that.
No, maybe 180 degrees. Okay. Okay. Oh, now we can see it. But please come.
That's okay. So for the first, I'd like to thank very much Professor Toby for this profound and very interesting report. And at the same time, I have some questions. The first one, I look at the mathematics presented is dedicated to 1D signals. So my question is, if you have the experience to process 2D signals such as images or not? The first question. Can I have all questions or?
So maybe I will just repeat the question because I didn't hear very well. So if I have any experience in processing images, right?
The mathematics which you presented is from 1D area of signal processing, okay? The question is if you process also 2D signals such as the images, for example.
Right. Yeah, well, I haven't processed 2D images in this particular case, but we processed some 2D images a little bit in other cases. Yes, but we have done very little work on that. It's more, you know, we took the image and for example, we train a convolutional neural network with it, and we did some data augmentation because we didn't have enough data, but I'm not really a specialist in that. So we have done just a little bit of work.
So another question, do you have some relations between reliability of correct signal detection and the kind and number of the features used?
Okay, so yeah, correct.
Influence the number of the features and kind of the features to final reliability of signal detection.
So, okay, I'll repeat the question. So, if I have any results or if we investigated the correct signal detection versus the number of the features that we used. So, yes, actually, whenever we chose the features, I mean, we knew that we had, let's say, in this particular case, we could have 10 features based on the peaks, right? but we were trying different, it's like trial and error, you know. We tried different ones and we chose those that gave us best or okay, if we had 3 features and they gave us the same performance as the 2 features, we chose the 2 features. So we did such a study, you know, and what I showed, those features, those are just the result of the study. It didn't make sense to choose more.
Thank you. The final question is, what about the real-time data processing? Because as usually we know, the neural networks do not need to process the signals in real time.
Yeah. Yeah, so, well, okay, here is actually, I can give kind of two answers, you know. One is, yes, we train it beforehand, and then in the inference stage, we get the data that we get, but certainly that if something changes, the results of that neural network, which is trained based on some data, can be completely off or can be okay, but might not be so good, right? But now there are also other techniques in machine learning which kind of keep up. It's like, you know, in signal processing that we have tracking, right? We track. It's not only, yeah. So for example, the extreme learning machine. Extreme learning machine, it's a much simpler way. It doesn't use the back propagation to train. It actually obtain the weights and the biases by kind of solving a, you know, a linear system of linear equation. So and this can be one of the models, machine learning models, that we can use, you know, to train from time to time, right? It's like tracking the changes. So we are actually investigating that currently, and with the Allen Vanguard company. There can be other methods besides extreme learning machine, like, well, online learning, but that may give a very bad result, you know, may suffer of, you know, can collapse, basically, cannot give good results. But this extreme learning machine can be a good, you know, a candidate. Even support vector machines, I mean, we train, and we know that the support vector machines are good for medium size and small size data compared to neural network where we might need more data. But I think that this extreme learning machine can be very promising.
Thank you very much again. All the best to you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Any more questions, please? So it seems that there are no more questions. We thank a lot for your kind, nice presentation, and again, thank you.
Mulțumesc foarte mult, mulțumesc foarte mult și transmit toate urările mele de bine la toată lumea de acolo. Thank you so very much. All the best to everybody. Bye.
This presentation will be done by Lucia Ficule. Lucia is university professor in the Vilna Faculty of Security Engineering in Slovak Republic. The presentation is entitled Threats on the Critical Infrastructure Elements. And for the last but not least, Lucia is one of the other of our project, and we would like to thank her very much for her great contribution supporting the idea of this meeting, and her great support to be able to finally to be able to gather today here and have this opportunity to promote science, peace, and security in Moldova. Lucia, thank you again very much.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm very sad that I can't to be with you, but the last week I was in Italy, and this week all the week we have a discussion of the thesis. So I'm doing the part of the jury for the thesis, but so I'm very sad. And yes, it was our idea to do this training, and it was difficult, and it was postponed 3 times, but I'm very happy that finally you managed to organize this meeting, and I wish everybody to enjoy the stay in Moldova with the good wine and with the nice people. And I would like to present you my presentation. Is completely different from the presentation, the previous presentation, and it's focused on the threats and loads on the critical infrastructure elements. A little bit from the civil engineering and structural point of view, and from the security point of view. So it's completely different. I tried to prepare the presentation not really in the very deep and really like research presentation, like but I try to do it more to let you know about the problems and how we have to manage from the security issue, how we have to manage with these problems and with the protection of critical infrastructure. So I try to sorry. Okay, can you see my presentation? Yes, okay, thank you. So, as was just mentioned, I'm from University of Chisinau. It's Faculty of Security Engineering from Slovakia, and my presentation is focused on the threats on the critical infrastructure elements. Firstly, I would like to say something generally about critical infrastructure elements, then about the protection of critical infrastructures, operator security plan, threats on the critical infrastructure elements, resilience or reliability of the elements, and some physical security measures which can be designed for the increasing the protection of critical infrastructure. So as we said, I'm from University of Chisinau. It's a small country. 30 years ago, we were Czechoslovakia. For 30 years, we are only Slovakia. I'm not from capital. I'm from the northern part of the country. The name is Chisinau. It's I don't know. For me, it's a big town, but for other, it's a small town. We are 90,000 people, and we have University of Chisinau, and Chisinau is in nice nature, surrounding by the mountains. Our university has different faculties. One is Faculty of Operation Economic of Transport and Communication, because historically our university was founded as focused on the transport and the problem of the transport. So this first faculty is historically the first faculty of the university, and then later was added different faculties. So the another faculty is Faculty of Mechanical Engineering, Faculty of Electrical Engineering, Civil Engineering, Management Science and Informatics, Faculty of Science. Our faculty is Faculty of Security Engineering, and we have Institute of High and Mountain Biology. I think that my colleague Zdeněk Dvořák said you something more about the faculty. So I would like to start about the critical infrastructure elements. All this issue or all this idea about the critical infrastructure elements was created after the big terrorist attacks and was thinking to protect the important elements. We can recognize like two directions. One is in European Union and one is direction in USA. So in European Union, the fundamental documents is European Council Directive from 2008. And this European Council Directive defines a critical infrastructure element as an asset, a system or part thereof located in member states, which is essential for the maintenance of vital societal functions, health, safety, security, economic or social well-being of people, and the disruption or destruction of which would have a significant impact in one of member state as a result of the failure to maintain those functions. And in USA, it's directed by the 42 US Code, which was adopted in 2001. And according to this code, critical infrastructure elements is defined as systems and assets, whether physical or virtual, so vital to the United States that the incapacity or destruction of such systems and assets will have a debilitating impact on the security, national economic security, national public health or safety, or any combination of those matters. So from both definition, we can say that it's like important important elements when we destruct these important elements, it is very bad for the economic and for the national public health or safety. There are different sectors, and in each sectors there are different products or services defined. It's very difficult to present all sectors because each nation or each country has own sectors which are important for their economic. Like from the historical evolution, the first sectors was energy, focused on energy, transport, ICT, and after 2009, there was added other sectors like financial, chemical industry, water, food, health, and space. All this idea of critical infrastructure is made for the protection of critical infrastructure, and we have to find ways how to protect the critical infrastructure. The issue is very complex and it is a really interdisciplinary problem, and we have to have interdisciplinary approach, because if you could see like there are different sectors, and critical infrastructures are not only buildings but are systems, and there are of different groups. So we have to find different approaches how to protect. According to the legislative, the protection and the effective protection of critical infrastructure requires communication, coordination, and cooperation nationally and at EU level among all interested parties. And there are like one party is owner, And the second party is operator of infrastructure, for example, regulators, professional bodies, and industry associations in cooperation with all levels of government and the public. There are horizontal measures that define the competencies and responsibilities of all critical infrastructure protection stakeholders who are responsible for the critical infrastructure elements, and as well as laying the foundation for sector-specific approaches. How, from the legislative point of view, to increase the protection of critical infrastructure, one of the responsibility of critical infrastructure owner is to establish, implement, and update so-called operator security plan, and to develop a contingency plan relative to the CI with the relevance of the civil protection. And what is this operator security plan? This security plan is in the first steps. We have to identify the owners or operators' critical infrastructure assets. What is critical infrastructure elements? And establish a relevant security solution for their protection. We have to describe the methods and procedures which are to be followed to ensure that we can communicate and then we can really protect the critical infrastructure among all the partners, among national programs and relevant sectors, and represent the approach and to give the responsibility to the private sector. So operator security plan contains, there are two, the problem is that in this legislative and this standards, there are only on information what have the operator security plan contains and how to design the security plan to increase the protection and resilience of such elements. So there are two main parts. One is introduction. And in this introduction, there are only information which are concerning the pursuit objectives and the main organizational and protection principles. And then is detail part generally is classified. In the first part, we have to present the operator, then a legal context, then description of the criticality of the infrastructure. And the last part is formalization of security requirements. So we have to identify the risk and the critical points which can be distracted or which can be encouraged. Then we have to make the risk analysis and management. So we have to do the conduction of risk analysis concerning of each critical points identified in the previous step. And we have to design the security measures. And these security measures have to be, can be from two groups. Ones are permanent security measures and ones are so-called graduated security measures activated according to varying threats level. And the last part is presentation and application, and it's a detailed information sheets and introductions on how to react to various situations. The problem is the design and the practical design how to ensure the protection of these assets. So if we have to design all the security systems, we have to know like what has to be protected. If I want to protect, I don't know, the electricity plan, or if I want to protect the airport, or if I want to protect bank or some industry factory who is really important, then I have to select it against who or against what I want to protect this element or these assets. Then I have to do like risk analysis and to identify threats and risk. Then I have to characterize the strategy on methods, how I want to conduct this design of security system. I need to do assessment of the resilience of protected element. That it means that in some way I have to calculate if this object, if this building, if these assets will be damaged or distracted under these threats. And if yes, I have to design some measurements how to increase the resilience of this object. I have to assess the security measurements, and I have to apply these measurements in the security management to ensure that our elements is protected and against these threats and risk which can be done. The risk assessments can be done according to different standards. I wanted to show you one used in USA from the methodology FEMA, that the first step is threat identification and rating. The second step is asset value assessment. The third step is vulnerability assessment, and then I can conduct risk assessments, consider mitigation options, and to do decision from the point of risk management. But I have to consider cost and economical effectivity of my design. So to do cost analysis and to do the benefit analysis. And with these two analyses, I have to analyze how mitigation options affect assets criticality and ultimately risk, and analyze how mitigation options change vulnerability and ultimately risk. To this part was very theoretical, and I tried to explain this approach from the practical side of the problem. So if we want to protect the critical infrastructure elements, we have to identify the threats on the critical infrastructure elements, and that these threats can be of different natures. So the first one is natural threats: earthquakes, tsunami, land shifting, volcanic eruption, extreme weather like hurricanes, floods, drought, fires. Then we have the second group is human cost threats like terrorism, raiding, product tampering, explosion and bombing, theft, financial crimes, economic espionage, or accidental or technical. So there are infrastructure and hazardous materials failures and accidents power grid failures, water treatment facilities failures, water mains ruptures, safety systems failures, and a host of other disasters of omission and commission. And there are the last group, there are cyber threats. You can see like some example, it's a bombing and terrorist attacks in Europe and on the world. In my research, I'm focused on the explosion and the protection of people and buildings against the explosion. So all my the main part of my presentation will be focused on the threats from the explosion. Here I put one slide about some the statistics, how these threats are focused on are changing or the economics and the loss of value of money, and you can see like the comparison and comparative view of some major disasters in the number of deaths and the economics in euro. So, for example, the accident in the Channel Tunnel or the tsunami and or different Alpha Geeks chemical tanker and different different threats or different accidents, for example, on London bombing. If I want to protect the buildings and the structure from this threat, I have considered these threats as a loading. If I have to think about the problem as a civil engineer. So I have to consider it about the loading on the structure. All these threats from the point of civil engineering are presented as so-called accidental loading. So, for example, from the natural events, we have to consider it extreme weather condition. So it's, for example, rapid temperature changes. So we have considered thermal actions on the structure. Winter storm, we have to consider extreme snow load, extreme wind load, sorry. Flooding, we have considered flood wave load, and storms, we have to consider slope collapse. Then from natural events, we recognize forest and handless fires. So we have considered fire loads and seismic events like earthquakes, volcano eruption in the form of seismic loads. From the technical failure or human errors, there are industrial accidents. So industrial accidents, there are about internal or external explosion. Considering the blast load, and from the point of terrorism and crime war, we have considered like internal or external explosion. The same like from the previous part, consider blast loads, but we have to recognize from the technical point and engineering point of view, we have to recognize if we are speaking about the explosion of blast or explosion of gas or explosion of the explosives. Before these two are a little bit different. And the last part is shooting, and how is like these threats, how is considered, we have to consider it like impact loads on the structure. So all these threats from the technical point of view represents accidental loads, and I put like four four main groups of accidental loads. It's a fire, earthquake, impact, and explosion. From the structural point of view, all these accidental loads are dynamic loads. That means that are changing in the time, and we are calculating, and if we want to calculate like resistance of the structure and under these threats and under these loads, we have to consider these facts that these accidental loads are dynamic and are changing in the time, but they are not equal because they are dynamic, but they act in different way. For example, in fire, all are changing in the time, but with the fire is changing temperature. And this fire load acts in minutes, and its effect can be calculated statistically. That in this first case, we come to consider this dynamic action. But for example, with earthquake, it's changing in the time, but we have to consider the acceleration. Earthquake and the load from earthquake is the only load acting from the foundation of the building to the building and not vice versa. And it can be thought of as transient dynamic with the usual mathematical properties of materials. Impact is like more difficult. It's a rapid dynamic load. The force is changing, and if we want to set the resistance of the building, we have to consider dynamic load. We have to do so-called explicit calculation. That means that material properties are changing. Impact hits the object with the high energy and low velocity, and the impact has a local effect in the most cases. And in the case of explosion, the pressure is changing. It is a dynamic load, rapidly changing in the time. We have to use explicit calculation because there are large transformations. The material properties are changing under the explosion. We can consider so-called ductile materials which have a good energy absorption. We can calculate with so-called plastic stress which occur in this structure under explosion, and in major part they have a global effects because the pressure wave hits the whole object with the high velocity and the pressure, respectively the impact. Because if I shoot on someone or something, I have only local effect, and I impact only one part of the structure. But with the explosion, in major part, I hit all object or structure with the blast wave. So how to calculate or how to set the reliability and resilience of the elements? The resilience is composed from three different groups. One is safety, one is serviceability, and one is durability. And if I want to calculate the resistance of the structure, we recognize two limit states of the structure. One, according to the normative and according to the limit state design. One is the ultimate limit state, and one is the serviceability limit state. These two limit states says that the first one says that all the forces in the structure have to have the limit values, And the serviceability limit state says that the structure have to be serviceable without large deformation, and the deformation of the structure has to have a limit state. So, okay, I said that one. If I want to calculate the resistance of the building, the basic requirements is the relation between the action which affect the structure and the structural resistance. So the effects which have to be minor than structural resistance. If the threats and effects are major and bigger than structural resistance, what can I do and what does mean? It does mean that the buildings can be damaged and I have to do something. And I have two possibilities how to manage this situation. If the load and if the actions are bigger than the resistance of my building. So I have two possibilities. I can decrease the load. So I can decrease the threats on the object, or I can increase the strength of the element. And for this one, I use physical security measures. And physical security measures, there are different groups. Ones are perimeter access controls, building construction, alarm systems, individual alarm options, access control system, locks, key systems and doors, closed circuit television, security lighting, visitor control, receptionist and guards. And I'm going to try to explain how can I do it in the practice. So how can I increase the strength of the element and of the buildings? For example, in the case of the explosion, I have two different possibilities. One is perimeter access controls. It does mean that I have to allow and to in some way to secure stand of distance. Stand of distance does mean that in using some components, I have to do like the barrier between the building and between the explosion. For example, you can see this picture that I have a governmental building and I have a road, and some terrorists can put the bomb in the road, and I have to protect this governmental building. So I have two possibilities. One is perimeter access controls. So I have to do sorry, with the barriers and with some components to ensure that the distance, so-called state of distance from the building to the explosion, is big. And I have in some security measures to do that this camion, this car can enter near the building. And the second method how to increase the strength of element is a building construction. To increase the strength of building construction using retrofit techniques. And I can do it like in practice, I can use both. I can use a perimeter access control and I can use building construction. So this state of distance is this amount of space between the building or the critical infrastructure element and between the threats and in this case of explosion. To do this distance, and to do this space is the most effective and the cost efficient safety measures, because if the explosion is, there is a blast phase, and this blast phase near the explosion charge is, the more is. So I have to, the pressure is higher. So I have to do this distance because the pressure in this distance from the explosion will be lower. And I have to do this space, and it's like cost efficient safety measures from all the blast mitigation strategies, which is available to building designers or engineers. This is from FEMA 2005, and it's comparison from the economical point of view, how to do the optimal stand of distance. And the optimal stand of distance is determined by defining the total cost of protection as the sum of cost of protection, construction cost of the building, and the cost of stand of. We can see like the cost if we want to increase the windows and walls and frames and other cost of hardening. So if we want to do this security design, we have to do like to consider the economical point of view and consider all the mitigation strategies which can be used to protect the building or to protect the critical infrastructure elements. How to increase stand of distance? We can use different, for example, walls and fences, planters, pollards, or decorative boulders, or even street furniture like mailbox, bus stop shelters, light poles, etc. There are different elements how to do and how to ensure this set of distance. One of the methodology is called crime prevention through environmental design, and this methodology is a multidisciplinary approach how to reducing crime and fear of crime, and how to reducing using environmental design. It does mean using like architectonical parts and architectonical design and urban planning, how to do the environment more safely, using like planters, bollards, barriers, etc. So there are different anti-ram vehicles barriers, because one threat from the last threats, there is impact by the car, and like different terrorist attacks who were done like hitting the cars. So we have to use like vehicle barriers. And there are a traditional anti-ram solution that prevents vehicle access for pedestrian protection and building security. There are passive barriers or active barriers. Passive barriers are stationary, for example, fixed bollards, concrete walls, planters, berms, or active barriers which can typically be retracted or moved out of the way to allow passage of the cars. We have to use like resistant barriers and using it in urban design. For example, these barriers, it's near my university and it's not like good example how to design these barriers, because these barriers have to mitigate the impact, for example, from the car. So we have to use like good anti-terrorist barriers, which are well designed and which can mitigate the impact. Then the another solution is physical protective barriers, like different type of fencings to not allow enter for example the car which wants to impact the building, or which the explosion, or allow to enter the people, bring the explosion inside the critical infrastructure element. In the military zones, there are different, for example, HES container barrier, which are blast walls for military defenses, but there are different. The research, many researchers lately are trying to find a good solution and good design of different type of blast walls, which can mitigate the blast. Then the security manager have to design the minimum extent of this the distance. How to set which is the minimum set of distance which can be okay for the protection of such buildings. Lot of calculation are made on TNT, but lately, like the terrorists are not using TNT anymore, because such explosive is not available on the market, and they are trying to find different type of explosives, and one of these is ANFO explosive, which can be made mixed by home. These are pictures from our testing. And for example, if we consider that we have men who are trying to enter with the tubular explosive, we have to know amount of the explosive. We consider that in this type of improvised explosive device is 2 kilograms, 2.3 kilograms of explosion, and we have to consider minimum state of distance of 21 meters. If we are considering the vehicle, so we are different vehicle types, for example, type of coupe or sedan or microbus, the amount of explosion is higher. So we have to ensure the larger extent of distance. These are extent of distance according the damage. If we consider without damage, large damage, complete destruction of objects, medium damage, or huge damage. And the last techniques, how to increase the resistance of the critical infrastructure, is to use so-called retrofit techniques. So to use like additive materials which can increase the resistance. Nowadays, there are different research conducted on the using of so-called sandwich panel or sandwich materials, which can be like laminar composite structure, conventional, or sandwich structure, or so-called honeycomb sandwich structure, or to use like aluminum foam, but there are no research yet about the effectiveness of aluminum foam. For example, carbon plate or geogrids, geotextiles. There are some resistant coatings, and for example, for the protection of historical buildings, there was some project and some research on the fiber reinforced polymers, And my Hungarian colleagues, they made research on the polymer sandwich composite, which can be used for the protection of critical infrastructure. I think that this is my last slide about the practical applicability of retrofit techniques. Each technique has advantages and disadvantages. So if we want to do the design, we have to consider a lot of things, like the cost, effectiveness, if it can be done in practice, and which level of the protection we want to increase. But the first input is which load and which threats we are considering if we want to protect the critical infrastructure elements. So that is from my side all. I hope that in some way was interesting, and I want to bring you the idea what which issue have to be considered if we want to do the design of protection, the design of how to protect the critical infrastructure elements, and it's very complex things, and it's difficult to do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lucia, for very informative presentation. And now it's question time, please. Let's keep there. Okay, also. Please take this. Okay, quick.
Thank you very much again for very interesting report, presentation, a profound investigation of the field regarding the protection of the critical infrastructure. And here we can speak about two aspects. One is the protection of the building critical infrastructure, which was built in the past, okay? And the measures which you presented are very interesting. But if this is a problem, if some people will use high precision weapons, such as missiles, projectiles, or all this measure will be not effective, which you propose. Okay, so in this case, it is necessary to use a special armament, anti-missile, anti-projectile, and anti-bombs. Only in this case, we can protect critical infrastructure. And another aspect is regarding the elaboration of the requirements to build critical infrastructure. Okay, and your proposals are very good. So if you propose new standards regarding the building of the critical infrastructure, okay, on the state level or European level, you look very nice. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. But the problem is that, for example, in Europe, the situation with the design of the new building is difficult because we don't have a standard. We don't have a standard how to calculate these buildings, because the last version of Eurocode of the standards, there is 1 page or 2 pages about the explosion, and there is written, but it's not considered in the war or in the terrorist attacks and from these threats. In USA, they have standards, and they have to approach the methodology how to do it. In European Union, we don't have this, so it's very difficult to do it.
So possibly your enforce we will start the elaboration of new standards.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
The question, please. No more question. Okay, thanks again, Lucia, for your nice presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, dear colleagues, if you look now at our program, we have a misprint here, so two presentations during the same time. That's why I think now it's now it's a coffee break, and after coffee break, Professor Carlos don't rest us. It's floor is yours. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. So coffee break now for 45 minutes. At 4 p.m. we 4 p.m. we start the first presentation. Will be on site here. Professor Carlos don't rest us is present in us, so will be more interactive and maybe we will have more questions. Спасибо, Павел. Когда индивидуально существует какой-то вакуум, чего мог представить профессору ресурсный центр саунд.
Like the 5 parameters type of drones and so on. And there is no reason to speak about the personal requirements, how to train or pilots to fly legally with drones. Even if we know based on these regulations, we have to do A1, A3 certificate or A2 certificates. And that's even if it's very, very important in the personal data protection, there is no reason in my presentation to speak about. But I mentioned this one because you must know it's really very important. Okay, as I mentioned, I am an associate professor at the university, but please let me turn back to my previous activity, how I contact to the drone application. The first idea go back to 2020 years ago, and found out would be very effective if the firefighters during suppressing the forest fire would get ahead from the air as an eagle eye. And later I will speak about this. The first presentation about this was 2004, and even if we don't use the drone, I use the robot reconnaissance air. Today we can speak about the unmanned area vehicle or unmanned area systems or remote area systems. They are all in the same, more or less the same need. Okay, the next one, 2004, we made with my team our first flight about the real fire. It means we had a really different fires, and we threw about that and tried to analyze what can happen and how it can support the first storms. In that year, I was in the United States. The NASA, we have a very nice had very nice contact operation, and they made the first real flight, real fire flight 2006. That year, with my department, we took service through different fixing drone, and we could support almost. Okay, it is a history. 2010, we moved from the forest fire to the floods activity, and about this picture later, I will explain what happened. Okay, some international activity 2011 to Germany. Close to Berlin, there is a big training field, military exercise place, where we found a lot of unexploded ordnance that is saying area, and also it includes to clean the area if the closest person is not closer than 1 kilometer from the fire pole. It means we use drone, and this picture videos made from that activity. Okay, here you can see this picture as three home, which maybe that picture is not half relation to something, but if you just like actually real size photo. In 2015, I fled through in South Africa, in close to Durban, about the informal settlements, and it's a really very interesting activity with Free State, my colleagues from the Free State University. Okay, and I'm proud of this activity. Maybe it will, oh, sorry. I try to click change. One second, we through about all the castle. And even if in this movie we can see it, usually I show this video to my students to evidence that how easy to analyze some very important things what the first responders I mean, how change the vegetation, how can we close to the fire road in the places where we can find the water resources and so on. Okay, but only just some words about my country and the latest, not the latest, but the biggest disaster happened about 5 years ago. Maybe some of you could heard about the red sludge disaster happened 2010. The red sludge is a waste material of the aluminum industry. And we built a huge reservoir, but because of the very bad weather condition, it broken and flooded some villages and 10 people died. If I could say about the amount of the red sludge, takes about the same amount as was in the Persian when the oil drilling up on Trojan. It is about 800,000 cubic meters red sludge and oil in the Persian. Okay, because of this disaster, the new government decided they established a new disaster management system, and it has 3 pillars. One of them naturally the fire protection of the first responders. There is as the traditional the civil protection, and the new one, the industrial safety. More or less, each of them some protection of critical infrastructure. But what is my answer on this problem or this challenge? I think that we should use a drone, but actually the question is running, why we have to use a drone? If you see the statistic data, it showed that it is the most developing branch of the aviation industry. It means for the experts, it is not an option to use a new technology, but it is an obligation to use it or to examine is it can be an effective or not. Okay, there are different models how we can simplify the drone usage. When we use military activity, or there are assignments, so usually the public safety or commercial activity, research and training activity, I suggest you use the NPCPR model, which covers all. Okay, but what about the disaster? If you see all of the statistics, we can notice that every year the disaster or the even what you figure that is disaster is higher, and it has a message. And the first responders or the authorities who responsible managing this situation is on their shoulder a more and more load. That is why I think any new technology, method, what it can be effective to manage the situation is important to investigate, and if it's effective to use. Here is a very simple picture about the disaster. What you know about that? The 3 main elements. There is no enough information. There is no enough there are not enough resources, but the third one, not enough money. Money is never enough, but focusing on the first one, the information is the resources is always we can more and more managing this. It is like a Rubik cube. You know, the Hungarian talent from it and managing the disaster like finishing this play. Okay. Based on this problem, we have to optimize for resources. Okay, let's speak about the disaster. In my course, usually I show this photo to my students and ask first to them, what is the common in disasters? Who can help me that? It's very easy. It is an area-borne photo. Okay, even if the disasters are different, but the photos made from the plane, or that is an area photo. The question is that why we not like, we love the area photos, managing disaster. Because the scale of the disaster is always huge. Meaning that when you manage it as a one person, a small team, it's absolutely different. If you are alone, it's much better if you try to see or try to notice what happened in the whole affected area. And that is why we sometimes jump at the board of the plane or the helicopter and fly about the area, and okay, we got an objective information about it. And what's important in the school, usually I'm sure in this university or other universities, we use the sand table or the different switch measure model of the building to teach the students how they should make the intervention. How they positioning the cars, the engines, and special equipment, and so on. And it's the question is not why it's important to notice the 3-dimensional model of the event or the place of the accident, because our brain works in 3D dimension. And if you get the information from the other place of the forest fire or the 10 kilometers far from the logistical point of flood, and you get the information, and then your brain will create a 3-dimensional model of the event, and that is what is managed in your mind. Okay, how you can supply this requirements? We can jump on the top of the car and look around, okay, or we can use maybe the ladder and climbing up and or climb up to the top of the hill, or use the normal plane of the satellite. Satellite is very expensive. That is why we prefer using drone, because it's very cheap solution, but the resolution, what drone able to support is 10x. Okay, take a time scale and put the disaster on the middle of it, and it's it's very simple, or maybe simple, but yes, classification. But there is an event what happened before the onset of the disaster and after the period after the onset of the disaster. Based on this, we can make a pre-disaster activity during managing the disaster. It is the first responders, and then ensure post-disaster. Okay, how the drone can overlap this classification. As a pre-disaster activity, usually we can make a prevention or early detection. During the activity, we can mitigate the effect or can monitor what the first responders or even can support the decision. As a post-disaster activity, we can make a quick assessment or the reports. Okay, this is one kind of classification. The other is when we take different things, nuclear accident, or hazmat, or flood, speak forest fires. but there are different levels of managing the disaster. First is maybe the strategic level. I mean, the headquarters usually make it, and they focus mostly, in many cases, the prevention. Okay, and there are technical and the operational level of managing the disaster. But using drones can have different aspects to this. I mean, example, the earthquake. Before the onset of disaster, there is no chance to use it effectively. But maybe in a forest fire, why not? If you make a heavier battlefield, you can warning or not warning the people who like to burn that rural area. And this that I am under surveillance means that they will not ignite the fire. Okay. Okay, jump on the first one, the nuclear or hazmat disaster. We can heard a lot about the Chernobyl disaster or the Fukushima. What happened not too far from it, but Fukushima I mentioned it because it's very interesting because Fukushima, Japan is the country which is the most developing industry in the precision agriculture. They have almost 30 training places in only the precision agriculture. But after 2 weeks, when they introduce that we find to use the drone and not go close to the place. Why do you want to cross the polluted area if you are unable to manage? If you feel that you finished. And now you can see the first drone was used in Fukushima as the first activity of the world in case of nuclear attacks. And here you can see the fallout map and the next one. Not so much. Okay. What about the optimizing or planning the mission? It's very important to plan that who will use this drone. Maybe the nuclear power plants as a service, side service of a company, or the first responders, or an absolute independent agency of the service. It's very important. And the other question is how you choose the place of taking off and landing. If you choose inside the polluted area, means that when the plane landing, the staff who make a service on the plane and prepare it for the next flight will be also polluted, or have to wear a special personal protective equipment. If you use the outside from the polluted area, means that the drone flying the polluted air will bring out the pollution from the air, polluted air. It's very important for it. And naturally, it's important how you protect the staff and the drone. In the latest slide of this part of the presentation, I will show the chart of the decontamination. Okay, no problem. So that's when we can continue more and more activity. And how you measure the spread of the dangerous materials, I mean the gas. We have a three-dimensional here, yes. Okay. And the gas, how it spread in a three-dimensional way. But how you measure it today, there is a mobile laboratory stop and measure one place, and maybe 1 kilometer far you measure in other place and the surface. Do you think in a three-dimensional square, gas can you move in a two-dimensional way? No. Today, the technology is able to detect a three-dimensional model of the real gas. Okay, what is the essence of this application in the drone flight about the polluted area? And each GPS position, you can put altitude of the flight, and even the measure value, the gas, what you want to measure. Sure. Okay, and fly more and more, and every minutes or seconds, or depends on even you can create a very special rheological curves. And you can see here the CO, with yes, the carbon monoxide and nitrogen monoxide measurement. It's no fiber, unfortunately, but my friend from the University of Moldova. Okay. And what about the accident when it happens? Look, this when it's something broken, the train accident, and the many times occurred from United States or any other countries. Okay, it's a train accident and dangerous routes relief, and we don't know how to manage it in that moment. And the first responders are trying to calculate with me how we could find let's say the tipping point where the drone application is more effective than the traditional reconnaissance. The minimum distance, safety distance from the accident is minimum 100 meters. This is an average for first responders, I think, in the Moldova. If you take on the protective equipment, okay, it took about 5 minutes trying. It's absolute protection. Okay, the breathing apparatus was also back. Okay, and the walking speed about 100 meters. Okay, trying to wait takes about 2 minutes. It means it is the first information about the, let's say, the leakage of the dangerous goods is about after 7 minutes. If you use a drone, and with the drone you can support in the information about the leakage less than 7 minutes, it means the drone activity is more effective than the traditional reconnaissance. But the distance is longer. The advantages of the drone is high. Sorry. Okay, the question is again, how we plan this activity. You should notice that the information is required for the first responders. That is why the drone must be used by the first responders, not the dedicated other services or agents. It's very important to understand the essence of the effectiveness of using drone. Okay, and also very important how you choose the place of taking off and the landing, and how you protect both the staff and the drone. And sometimes it can rise that maybe nuclear accident can leave the drone in the polluted area. Don't fly the border of the pollution. Okay, it is just a simple chart how we can decontaminate the drone in case of aviation and in case of chemical pollution. It's not very interesting, just important for me and the drone control. Okay, the next one, the earthquake. We know the damage depends on the structure of the building and the power of the quake. If you have a big quake, the building can collapse absolutely, and there is no chance to survive the people who are in the building. If the shape is relatively let's say, it's easy to survive the building. Okay, but based on the work of Scheer and Marcus, we can classify the buildings after the shape. It means you can find the different typical damages of the building, and the experts can know that. Here is, do you think it's a chance to survive or not? There is, and showing picture later. But in this one, not too much, not too much, not too much. It, nothing. Okay. Next picture. This photo is from Aquila, from Italy. It was an awful earthquake, and thinking this photo, the new building, new structure, new technology, and so on, there is, we can notice only some damages of that. There's no problem, either some harm with walking out from the building, but the other one, Okay, next one. Look in the center of the photo, you can see not too much chance to survive the people. It's the other photo, the block houses. It's typical, and that's interesting because the block houses give you a lot of chance to survive. The surviving codes where you can rating and so on. But what about the optimization of the resources? If you are the manager of special heavy rescue team and you try to survive this people, this guy, no chance to survive, okay? What did you do? You lost the time of these people who has a chance to survive, but the time going ahead, the chance for the surviving reducing drastically. That is why it's important. We must to optimize our resources. How could it work? It is not developed yet as a real activity, but it is an option for that. You have an affected area, you fly about that with a flying class and make a lot of special photo, yes, and overlapping the area, the windows. And this one, you can create a three-dimensional model of the buildings, the ruin. And then you can classify that where the trapped people have a chance to survive, and you must focus your team on that part, the building or that part. Okay, the next one, the flood. It's just some photo about the activity of my student who flew about the dam and noticed some scratch and so on. As usual, it's not very interesting. Let's see. Here they could find a mistake. It's not finished yet, and just they took a probe test, and this part of the dam is missing, meaning that if flooding is come, it's flooding everywhere, everything, and the work what they need to do this one is nothing. You do something right or do everything nothing. Okay, naturally you can I can show you some photos about the pollution, if it's prevention, or you can make you can change the dam, and experts can detect special of that one. Okay, maybe let me show you this photo. I mentioned it beginning of my presentation. Here is logistic point managing this flood. Okay, it happened in St. Louis City. It is my home. Okay, my house was somewhere here, in this part. This is the beach and the river and the old city and so on. This place is the logistic center, managing these deals. Very nice. But take a photo about that, a real photo. When you notice it, you can see here is the dam, but from the ground missing about 50 centimeters. If you look what the firefighters are making, look, it is dam, but the water level, both sides of the dam is the same. What is the message of this one? You do nothing. If the water is the same level, what you are doing? Nothing. But if you have an alien photo from that, you can see that 50 meters long and maybe 50 centimeters high missing. Means that you are unable to compensate it with pump. Okay, but later you can see the water level getting higher, and the last one, they try to manage this situation from the bottom. But it's crazy. Okay, imagine I mentioned you my house is in this area. Okay, it's the opposite side. Can you imagine what happens when I use the drone and the water is in my garden? My wife, what told me? not nice first. I use a drone, water is coming in my garden, and I not protect my house, but using drone because it's an excellent case to look what drone application can be effectively support management. Okay, that we want that not too much love in the drone. Okay, what can happen after the flood? You can see the photo made by my Russian friend. You can notice what damages caused by the flood in the waterbed. Okay, jump on the forest fire. I don't know how many times I have this. 5, 10 minutes. Okay, this. 10 minutes. Not 4. Oh, brilliant. Okay, forest fire. My favorite. Okay, I use the chart what I introduced you before. Before the fire, we can make an area patrol to detect the fires or hotspots. And during the fire, there are the two options. You can make monitoring about place and during the intervention. Okay, and after the fire, some post-fire activity, we try to detect the remaining hotspots. I will show you what I have done. What's important to understand to use a drone is not it's not just speaking on the effectiveness and what does it mean. We should explain with chart or the mathematical formulas of its efficiency, not just the effectiveness. Effectiveness means for the first responders, professionally it's good, better than the previous activity, but the efficiency focus on the economic part of the management. Here's the damage time function, and in case of forest fire, it's easy to draw a fire curve. You can see it's rise exponentially. Then when the fire total forest is burned, okay, it stops spontaneously. But what is our purpose? When we arrive the fire front, that is the time, is the 3D escalation. When we arrive to the fire front, we should broke this fire curve. If we broke in this case the traditional mode to this point contains the damage and naturally the time of the intervention. If your management is better than the first one, means that the fire you can broke it more, and the time will reduce. And even not just the time of the intervention, but we reduce even the damage caused by the fire. It is when this difference higher than the all cost what you use to drone means that this application is not just professionally, but even economically more effective. I mean more efficient. Okay, jump for the first activity. Area patrol, you have given area responsible for that, and you plan the flight paths, and the robot pilot will control the plane. And when the drone notices a fire, I mean the fire department, they notice it and they immediately know what to do. Okay, fire alarm in the place of the fire. Based on this, if you reduce any time of the fleet escalation, means that you reduce the damage drastically. That is a key essence of the effectiveness of this application. You can see here some real fire detection here. So it's very nice, I think. And based on the hotspots, later you can create a fire history in the area. And the fire history means you can notice what is the high risk. Okay, you can use a normal GP visual camera or the thermal camera, doesn't matter. And okay, it is the essence of this activity, meaning that it is the normal intervention, starting point of the intervention. And based on the drone fire detection, you can reuse the time for the key escalation and naturally reuse even the fire curve that we broke. Okay, the next one is the drone activity when we go next to the fire. Okay, we could detect the fire. Okay, rush in time quickly. Let's say arrive to the fireplace. What can happen? What is the practice? Okay, jump out the car and there is push and cross them and climb up the hill with outside temperature 32 degrees. And can you imagine how a lot of power the firefighters have when they should start the activity? Not too much. And when they arrive, what they see? Something looks like this one. Do you know how to manage this fire? I will say, even if I was a firefighter or who's fire. Look this one, it's a real example. The fire engine arrived, okay, firefighters jump out. It's what they are saying, face to face to the front, something like this one. Very nice. It's not a big fire. And they reported back to the center, to the department, that, okay, we have just some 100 meters from fire front, and 1 hour later we will be back in the city. Really? Use a drone. And from the air, you can find a totally different fire. It's maybe more than 1 kilometer long. Totally different activity, what is required. It is a real example. It was a real example. And now it's just an exercise, another example why it can be effective. We organized international exercise, Scalpers Fire, with the Croatian firefighters, so it's part of Hungary. And okay, here is some photos about the activity and on that we try to navigate the fire engines with GPS coordination. It happened 10 years ago, maybe that was new, that time relatively new. Okay, they went across the driver straight ahead in the forest and the control point told him that, okay, 500 meters more and turn right. And then left and right again and left and opposite to the fireplace. Fire front. Okay, and we was only the supporter of this activity. The drone was an absolutely new activity. What we could notice, the control station directed the fire engines on this way, and maybe you can notice that here the road was flooded by water. Even if looks very nice to use a GIS technology, but that is not an up-to-date information for the first responders, or not up-to-date always or in every case for the first responders. And we know like it was very difficult to modify the activity. That is why I say and strongly suggest that the drone must be used by the first responders and not for any other services. Okay, what happens if you arrive at the place and you notice where is the fire? You got the first information about the installation, the event. Here you can see, let's see, historical photos. It is my first photo, what I made by drone, and I'm very proud of that because these photos tell everything what we need. Here, the first one, in the red bar, you can see the altitude of flying the drone. Message is that not necessary to use 1,000 meters altitude more or higher, even if the drone producer tried to show you that it's a very good drone because it's able to fly even 4,000 meters. Not necessary. It's over capacity. And the blue one, it showed the time after lunch. And lunch drone, okay, and the first picture show you that less than 3 minutes after launching, you can know almost everything what you need as a first response. How to change the vegetation, what is the fire front, where is the fire front, what is the fire intensity different of the flame activity. You can calibrate in the fire intensity, okay, how it's moved ahead, and even how to change the vegetation, which road you can use, where can be the water resource, and so on. But there is another information, maybe. Back. Oh. What I wanted to show. Oh. Okay. But trust me, it's real. Look this photo. Based on this photo, you can say you can notice the wind, what is very important, and many movies from Hollywood show that it's a turn back the wind and the firefighters trapped in the field. Look, it is, you can see the direction and even the power of the wind. But look at the background, less than 1,000 meters, and you can notice another hotspot. That is not this fire. But the direction of the wind is totally different. And the distance is less than 1,000 meters. That is why many times firefighters can trap in the forest and die. Because no chance to rush out to find escape. Okay. What do you think? It means from now we should use the drones for each fires? No. If you have a large fire, huge fire, it's also a stupid classification, but if you have a huge fire, you can use a normal plane to drop water or the extinguisher, retardants and so on. It's a manned aircraft, and they can support the management with the real-time information from board. But there is a small fire when we go out and notice out some 100 square meters, that is nothing, don't use drone. But there are, let's say, a medium-sized fire where the area reconnaissance would be very effective to support the activity, but it's very expensive. In that case, where using drone can be very efficient, because much lower cost, you can support the management with the normal area. Okay, and as usual, here is the fire curve with the activity. And the last one, when you think you suppress the fire and go back to the department, we made work for our money, okay? But next times the wind come and blow up the fire again, because the sun remain below the ash, and the wind can make your previous work for nothing. If you use a drone with a thermal camera and fly not the whole area, not this one, but just around the fire what burned, the fire front, what suppressed, you can notice the hotspots. And with hand tools, firefighters together, and we'll finish the fire really. And if I have time, 15 of March. I should speak slower. I'm sorry, I didn't know it. I didn't want to waste your time. Last nationalist. Okay, 15 minutes longer. So, okay, I have to take your question often. Okay, it would be a mistake not to speak about the pandemic management. Do you think drone is an effective tool to manage a pandemic? Then I show you what I could find. It is just the result of my study. Okay, I found 6 different well defined activity which can be well defined. The first is when we use a normal camera, visual camera, and TV camera, okay, and the thermal camera. Thermal camera, you can notice the thermal anomalies that are having people. Okay? And you can communicate with the emission. And even you can communicate with the population, say. And there are 3 different kinds of logistics tasks. I will explain it very short. Okay, it's very short. Okay, area monitoring. What are you focusing on when you're using drone for this? It is a limited area, street, square, park, market. Or you can make, you can plan to make a fly pass about the bigger, the larger area. Okay, what you are making with this one, you can control the rule following from the approach. Example, are you wearing a face mask or not? Or if there is a quarantine, anybody on the street or not? If you use a drone, not the police in the corner of the street and look around, moving. No, with the drone. You cannot, there is. And you can reuse the resources what required to manage the current. Okay, the face mask, I will show you what we want this one, and maybe keeping the social distance. With this activity, we can reduce the risk of the infection. It means we can optimize our resources, medical services. Okay, more or less, it has a special kind of preventing feeling because if anybody know they are is under surviving, is that let's don't go to the street or don't try to break in the window and so on. The next one, very shortly, when you use a thermal camera, in this case, your activity focusing on a smaller place, maybe a street, a square, maybe a market, or the railway station, maybe, and you can detect the thermal anomaly. Thermal anomaly, you select it is a higher body temperature, means a fever, that is a infected fever, okay? That means an infection, and you can detect. And the next question is how to separate these detected people from the population. Or from the team, from the streets, from the market. Or you can control naturally even the rule followings of the population. And with this one, as previously, you can reduce the risk of infection. Okay, to manage this situation is very important. Who and how we will contact the pest after the detection. You know, that is something people. You go there or not, and how you communicate. Because he is, she is an infected. How do you separate? They will run from the crowded area or make a bigger problem than before. Okay, it means it's the cooperation among the services who involved to manage the situation is very important, and selecting the area is also can determine the effectiveness of this activity. And that's one. It's important to integrate all equipment on board. I mean, if you have a thermal camera, it's good to normal camera and even loudspeaker. And now I can jump to the next activity to communicate with the population with maybe a QR code or even the loudspeaker. Let's speak about the first one. Maybe the first one, okay, QR code. Mobile application is required, but in this case, you can give an actual information, but that information is a pre-planned information. Let's mention an example. The example is one is China and Hong Kong, the border, who want to cross the border. It is a limited population, but they need a very special information. Not the radio or the TV or anything. No, just that people who want to cross the border. Okay, drone with drawing, flying with QR code frame. Okay, sitting on the car, mobile application. Switch on. it is neither not just a passport, but the COVID test or anything else. Okay, when you use a loudspeaker, you can communicate real time, and you can give a quick information to the targeted people or these groups. Okay, here an example. This police officer, the lady, communicate with these teams, and look, it's a new application. Why do you know it? Because everybody make a photo about the drones. Okay, but these guys doesn't wear a face mask. And the lady say, "Oh, put on your face mask for the safety and follow the rules." Okay. Okay, I think it's enough. In this case, it can be very important to know that it is a special kind of human-machine-human interaction. It can generate some side effect, even if I couldn't find a panic reaction, but sometimes when they notice, drone is there and somebody told me an information, rush behind the building. Okay, we have to keep enough distance from the target. I mean, the intimate human swim it's not, we couldn't harm it. Okay, very important, the view angle. If, maybe the next one, no. If the drone is about the people, about me, there is not just the message, what they say me, the speaker, okay, wearing a face mask, no. If above you, there's a side message, it means I dominate you. If the angle is less than 45 degrees above, doesn't matter it's 40 or 50, less than 45 degrees, okay, the camera angle means the drone is here somewhere, but on a safe distance. That is a partnership. If above you, dominate you, partner or lower means it's a partnership. It's important because I noticed that many times the pilots, drone pilots, drone controller, they just take forward and in the air try to find what they should do during the mission. It's very interesting. And taking off first. Then, what I do, fly there, back, take photo from this part, fly back again, the same position as the first one. It's not a good way. Okay, know the group forms. Yes, and some other interesting things. What kind of volume you use, and you have to calculate sound erosion, and even in a population like many countries, it's important which dialect we use. Okay, and just one sentence about each logistics task. There is a general logistics task when you try to supply the residentials with the key essence of the everyday. I mean, the food or the medicament and so on. But this application is, even if more you can hear about more frequently about this activity, like pizza delivery or the post delivery, but it's not enough strong to apply the whole community, but we can focus on the target population like the young people or the people who infected as or maybe the older population. Okay, and we try to reduce the contacts, and based on this we reduce even the risk. Okay, next one. Next. Okay, when you I defined the next logistics as unique, because in this case you support the most critical point of managing the pandemic. It is the medical service. Okay, you can transfer the blood test or any other test with the drone, and you can send with drone the special medical people. I think it's interesting. Doesn't others. And okay, the last one, when we say there is a special logistic task, we try to use agricultural zone to spray a disinfectant to clean the area, disinfect the area. I think many countries use this activity, even if the real effectiveness is questionable in this moment. With this small area, this is a project human activity, okay? And it's important we spray a special liquid, but the rate is very important. Sorry. Okay. Depending on the drone related parameters, I mean the flight altitude, flight speed, and even the flow rate of the liquid depends the coverage level of the surface. And with this one, I created a disinfection matrix with a different speed, light speed, with a different altitude and a different wind flow. We can get a different coverage level. It is a big difference because it's a 30 gram per square meter, the liquid, 1.2 gram per square meter. Who knows if it's okay or not? The drone controller, not the operator, doesn't know yet. The Air Service will tell that it's good or not. And you can see in this slide how it's changing drone related. Okay, I trying to suppress my presentation. I hope I don't boring you this speech. If you have any question, try to answer it. Thank you very much. So, please, my friend, should I come forward? Please. Because we have online also. Yeah, so attend this and
Thank you for a very extended presentation. It was quite in-depth and very interesting. You talked about many aspects of dealing disaster risk, help drones, but I wanted to ask about the preparedness to a disaster, the phase of disaster risk management that comes before a disaster. You did not mention about the use of drones or how they can help maybe to better prepare to prevent disasters, not just the reacting after disasters.
Okay. I mentioned twice. Example, in case of forest fire, if you use a drone making a pre-planned, but the pre-planned like fast patrolling about the area, and the population know that the drone can notice and ignite the fire because the 99% of the fire ignited by the human, not the nature. It means there's caused by man, meaning that if the people is under surveillance or the ocean under surveillance, means that the rate of the activity will spontaneously reduce. Okay, and the other case, it was the first. The other case, for example, is floods. If you fly about between the dams, in a normal case, in summer, when before, in maybe autumn, there is a rainy season. Before the rainy season, you scan the river bed, not just the river, but the flood bed. I mean, the distance or the area between the dams. Okay, whether water is coming but not flooded the normal area, just they flow down in the dams. Okay, and scanning area, you can notice it has a lot of new vegetation, and this we have to cut the bushes, the trees, and so on. Naturally, the prevention in case of earthquake is no chance, because in the traditional tools, we are not too much chance to, not just the prevent, to the one time. I think, I'm sorry. That is what I can tell you. Maybe dangerous goods activity, when you not, when you control the traffic. Yeah. Okay, and you notice, this is a transport dangerous goods, and with the higher speed than the limit, okay, stop it because it's high risk for accident.
Another question that regarding more also to awareness, but towards maybe crime. Do you think we have far to go from drones monitoring the streets in the cities?
I think not far. But so, it depends on the rules, but in Europe, the European Union right to measure, they allow it only. But maybe the every country has the normal regulations, which fit to the European regulations. But there is another part, what nobody is speaking about. There is where the police, first responders, the customs, border guardian can fly with drone. That is not covered by the law. You know, your country has a special rules. Every country has a special rules. How we use the government usage. I don't know if you understand what it is.
I understand which direction you mean. So.
Maybe the military is under the law of this regulation.
Yes.
Police
Yes.
not under this law.
Yes. Yes.
Nobody will say you are under the surveillance if the police officer make.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any more questions? I go one question. Can we see a slide of the wrong one level of monoxide? It's just because it has one accident. This is the number of slides. So.
Yes, really for. Oh, yes, this one.
Yes, this one. This one. Literally, yeah. We use the environment monitoring station actions in drone. You can see next day when you go to the laboratory. And we are very interesting to monitor by using the drone, using this monitoring station. And I know that one of the biggest problems is to get this big data and try to be as much as precise as possible to interpret the data. It's just a few minutes to take your time just to explain it a bit more for our colleagues because we are extremely fast.
I'm happy to mention this. It is not my own work, unfortunately, but very good of that because this guy is my friend. It's vice rector of the University of Moldova, but he made this work and study about 10 years ago, and even it's plotted by the on the protection. Yes, yes, not the paper, but it is a technology. Okay. But sorry, it's a patent to protect the issue. And okay, just it's interesting because if you measure carbon monoxide, nitrogen monoxide, it's totally different. The time when the equipment, the sensor, can measure the one is means 10 seconds, other means 1 minute. 1 minute. And what the software can calculate that and the positioning the real value, that place where it was measured to the GPS coordination and the edge. It's a very interesting.
Three-dimensional.
Yes.
Question.
Yes, and fly through and then fly through and then, but okay, it's 10 minutes later, maybe it will change. But even if it will change, I think with this application, we know more than with the traditional measures. It's a difficult but nice picture. Very much. So that's what it. Thank you very much again.
Yeah, the boss. Much, dear colleagues. So this the time it goes today's session is finalizăm sesiunea de astăzi. Noi începem mâine la fel la orele 9. We start tomorrow at the same time at 9 in the morning. And they have another, I think, another day full of interesting presentation. And we will start tomorrow from the presentation of Professor Pasquale Ponte, which I think it would be very interesting for all of us. And please don't be late. Please come just on time. Such in order to start at 9 a.m. sharply our next day of our ATC. Vă rog mâine la către orele 9 deja să fim prezenți în sală, deoarece avem iarăși un program destul de interesant, încărcat în activități și să nu reținem programul. Deci către orele 9, noi am să fim aici deja către ora 8:30, toată echipa, totul va fi deschis. Deci către orele 9 ne adunăm iarăși în sală și continuăm activitatea respectivă și în ziua următoare. Vă mulțumim pentru răbdare și atenția dumneavoastră. Sper că v-a plăcut ziua de astăzi. Suntem toți obosiți, dar sper că atmosfera este bună, fiindcă foarte multe informații. Vom oferi acces la înregistrarea video a prezentărilor de astăzi. Deci voi puteți, în special studenții noștri, specialiști în domeniu, să reveniți la prezentările care au fost astăzi în sală. Deci totul este video și eu am să vă expediez pe e-mail aceste înregistrări. Which everything was video recorded, and I will give you a link to all presentation from today. Using this link, we can access all presentation video recorded. So, have a great evening and see you tomorrow. Thank you. Seara frumoasă și mâine aici în sală, către orele 9 de viață. Mulțumim!